Yeah, right. It's not a big problem. Yes, completely informal people who want to discuss about it. Wow. Because we want to work with it, so it's just the network we already have. Fantastic. Not just because it's not because it's only access for people working at the university. So, but maybe you've got the annual basis. Are you working with that? No? I give you my access. From her side, for me, it was natural.
Yeah, but I think we can without.
Your own computer? Open your computer. It's sure. It tries to connect and don't know how to control questions. Are you using now? Yes? Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, but I would like to present this 1 minute because it was changing now. He will land at 11:40 because it's delayed, so we should rearrange something
Yes,
in the presentations.
I think that he wrote me 10:40. Maybe there are.
She wrote to me that he has a delay 1 hour and 20 minutes, so he will land at 11:40.
Okay, we should wait.
So we should rearrange something. Thomas and someone
And the
else.
first presentation of the afternoon, we can.
Yes, we should do that.
To the morning.
So when people will come, we will decide. Okay?
Yeah.
In this session is you've got a
Yeah, I will
presentation,
do it. I will
and
begin.
we ask somebody to present in this moment.
Yeah,
Okay?
We can.
yeah, we
Oh,
can.
you?
No, we can do the program.
So, okay, we did it. Okay, so we did it. You and Carsten will be
That's
the
it, we will do the program.
So let's look for something. Oh, I'm sorry. All the most.
Okay. This is for. This is
Yeah, it's like this. Yeah, it politics. Because I need to look at example sheets. Yeah. No.
That's the result. I'm spending the night outside of because it's a day, so police having taken the taxi, because they were exactly at the same time. But we went in, they went out. Yeah. Everything paid by for the readings. There's no use. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you should. We are not waiting. We are not listening for ourselves. Yeah, that's okay. They're gonna come. And injury. Yeah. Who else? Also, Israeli. Some Polish people participate as well. Yeah. I think this is good. And only they are here.
Personally, you can present to me, I will present to you.
Yeah. No. That's only I hear. And you should play cards. They should. The system. So okay. I think taking the dinner, but not the soup.
They are coming. I saw them.
Okay.
I will write you. But it is on Bulgarian. If not on Bulgarian, so I will
Okay.
I suppose
Yes, I
yes.
have that presentation.
This one.
Oh, for sure. I saw a new one. Okay, okay. But do not destroy everything.
There is a folder, Eka. There is a folder which
This is okay.
Which one? Continue.
Which is the Polish
Yeah,
word
that's
for
the
delete.
Kasia,
Which is
delete, which one of these words shall I?
Uzun?
No, it's open.
No, just
Down.
tell me the word to delete.
Did to delete?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, this one.
Uzun.
Yes.
I knew it.
You knew it. Yeah.
Hey, it's been a wrong one.
Oh, sorry.
it's
It was your presentation.
It's yours.
Right.
Oh, I see. Here is the folder.
Ah.
I will.
Afterwards, you can do it afterwards.
I need to order that later.
Yes.
So if you can
Yeah.
put it in the one file, you will just. Hello, welcome.
You have a nice holiday.
Some people will come later, as I know. Okay. So for the beginning, I wanted to tell that on YouTube you can find the full performances of Tadeusz Kantor, but as I noticed, without subtitles or with French subtitles. Not English, I'm afraid. So there are full performances. And we've got two services, the websites. One is called Minateka.pl. There is also I'm not sure, there is also the English version, but all materials are with subtitles here. Most of them on French or on English, because Kantor he was speaking the French, so most of them are in French. And the next one is Culture.pl. There's also the English version. They are, very often they are the same materials, but not everything. I noticed that there are some more different materials. So you can see also here. And on the Krikoteka web page also you can find some video materials. So the full performances are on YouTube, not on official services. So that was the one thing. It's here. No, it's not here. It's somewhere on the desktop.
Which one?
Your presentation.
Yes. On the right.
Okay, so you will find it. And I wanted to tell you that I got yesterday this book, which I recommended you on the paper. I'd like to, yes, because in this book is my paper, so show you this. In this which you get, there are different papers, and I would like to tell you that these two books are made after the conference. We had a conference about the cultural heritage a year ago in May, and we had many foreign guests, but because of the specific and organizers, there were more from the east than west. So the specific was a little bit different than ours, but I think there are many interesting papers inside. I hope you will read this book which you get, and this one I'm afraid not. If you want, you can buy in the publishing house.
Okay.
You've got the link on the paper. Okay, so we will start, and because one of our guests, Carsten, okay, he will delay, so we arranged a little bit our first session. So Svetlana is a chair.
Yes.
So please welcome.
First, thank you for all managed to come, especially the students for their interest. Believe me, we know the situation in different universities all around Europe, and we are always honored when our students come to our conferences. So thank you. Now we shall have super interesting two sessions. The one is about cooperative cultural heritage management, something that is old and at the same time new. The first speaker had big problems with his flights, and he had to arrive yesterday in the evening, but there were problems, strikes, fogs. He landed in Oslo, and now he travels through Amsterdam, Berlin, and he sent in between his changing his flights. He sent out that there is still 1 hour and 20 minutes delay. So he will arrive after the coffee break. Let us pray together that there will be no changes. Thanks. So the first speaker for this morning session is Professor Thomas Knuben from the University of Ludwigsburg, director of the Institute of Cooperative University, and also the person who gave the first impetus for this conference. We are looking forward to his meaningful presentation.
Thank you, Svetlana. Yeah, good morning, students and colleagues. Yesterday we have spoken about the European model, the framework of cultural heritage policy of the EU and within the EU. And in the different presentations, we could identify different tensions. The tension between responsibility of the state and its branches for the protection of cultural heritage, established by many conventions and constitutions on the one hand, and the demand and the necessity of participation of civil society on the other hand. Furthermore, we have heard about the tension between cultural and natural dimension of cultural heritage in the example of the application of industrial heritage management in Norway. We have also been presented some first models of solutions or first approaches for solutions. For example, the diasoma as an example of perhaps a unique example of civil engagement in protection of cultural heritage. And the local community museums at Lesbos as a fascinating example of independent, engaged, bottom-up initiative as model or as a unique example. We will see. We could also recognize that participation can be a nice term for doing nothing, but just discussing for a certain period on Facebook. Therefore, in this case, we have got a suggestion to link the demand of participation with the demand of responsibility. And this is exactly the point where I want to start my presentation. I want to present you today a sort of model for preserving cultural heritage, which I do not pretend to be the model of preserving. It's just one approach to participation and responsibility, which is worth, in my opinion, to be proven. I will focus on historical monuments, but the topic can be also shaped in the wider range of cultural management or historical management in general, heritage management in general. So, nice to hear. Okay. Thank you. Well, we are speaking, I'm speaking in this presentation of threatened objects, threatened artifacts. And the first problem we are facing for safeguarding historic monuments is the problem of analyzing and classifying historical monuments as objects of cultural heritage. For this, the protection authorities normally have developed their systems of classification, which somewhere can be doubted, as we heard yesterday for the World Heritage Program, but nevertheless it will remain the task and duty of the public institutions and authorities to do this. We can discuss about, but the decisions will be taken by the authorities. Second point of structural problems, having decided on the status of the historical monuments, the most important question is how to use it appropriately. There is no safeguarding without appropriate use. Third, we should care about such, but how should we care about such a monument? And there are different approaches we can, okay, well, we have different.
Can you use the microphone because we are recording?
Ah.
This one. Okay.
That's done. Okay.
I think that yes.
There's a light or something like that.
Yes, there is a light. Press the middle, I think. Or
I did.
Sorry.
You have to have mail. Okay. Well, thank you. So the question is, how should we care about such a monument? We have different possible approaches. We can do it by the public approach, we can do it by the private approach, and we can do it by the civil society. But every approach has its own advantages and deficits. And I want to show you this in a structured way. Let us look at the approach by public interest, by public means. Not every monument can be preserved by public engagement. There are too many monuments who have been to be preserved. But if we look at the advantages of public approach, public services, first of all, it's the conservation and maintenance of the monument itself, which is safeguarded by this engagement. Second point, it's the public access which is guaranteed by this approach. But on the other hand, we have some deficits. It's the lack of sufficient resources, so public domain can't protect everything. And there are also opportunity costs, because by engaging on one object, we have to renounce on other political objects. Just to give you an idea, the whole expenses of the public domain on culture in Germany this year will be 9 billion euros. 9 billion euros. But the expenditure for the refugees this year are also 10 billion euros, and next year there will be 11 or 12 billion euros. So there's a competition on public financing, and the engagement on the one hand will have opportunity costs on the other hand. So in the end, if the public domain is not able to preserve the monuments, there will be a loss of the monuments if there is not another approach. So we have two other possibilities. We can take the possibility of private engagement. In that case, we have the chance of acquisition of private capital, private resources, and perhaps also new ideas for use, because the private ideas are different from the public ideas, and there will be a wider range of using these monuments. On the other hand, we have a danger, the danger of losing historical substance because of different use and inappropriate use or inappropriate restoration, because the targets are different from just preserving the monument. It's the idea of use, first of all. And second point is the deprivation of public access, because it's a private use for the private purposes. So third possibility, the idea of approach by the interest of the civil society. Here, normally the public access is guaranteed as well. We have private capital and private resources, and in addition, there will be also solutions for civic demands, which were not in mind in the first and the second approach. Problems in this approach, there are extended political processes because of many participants. It's a complicated form of transaction, and there may be limited financial and resourceful capacity and economic capacity. Perhaps there may be other disadvantages, but perhaps this is the point of our discussion, whether you would see other problems in this approach. Yeah, if we look for solution in this field of competition of interests, we can test the possibility of working together by cooperation in order to mix the advantages of the one with the advantages of the others. There are several ways of establishing such cooperatives. We can do it in the traditional forms of public-private partnership. And I think perhaps we will hear an example afterwards. There also may be the relationship between private investors and civil organizations by renting and leasing. This is combining the engagement, involvement of private investors and the use by civil organizations. It's very well known. There can also be a relationship between public bodies and registered associations by the engagement of the public investment and the use for education, formation, and so on. We can also have a triangle of cooperation. Every three partners are engaged. The investors from a private side, the use by a non-profit organization, and the support of public aid. So these are common possibilities of working together in a cooperation. But we have also, as we heard yesterday with the cultural societies in Greece, we have also traditional forms, legal forms of registered associations. And I just want to show you one or two examples of this approach, interesting examples for the case of historical monuments. Here, for example, we have the villa and the gardens of the painter Max Liebermann. He has been an important Impressionist painter, German Impressionist painter, a link to the French culture of Impressionism. And he has constructed in 1909 his house near to the Villa, to the Wannsee in Berlin. Very, very nice place. And it has been his summer house for many, many years. Here you see a part of the house with the garden house, and here you have the situation at the sea. You see the chestnut who has been falling last year, and here it's the same chestnut on these paintings. So there are several reasons why this monument is interesting for the society. As you can see here, the family was forced in the age of the National Socialists to sell the villa. So it is not only a question of art history, it's also a question of the history of the 20th century in general. This monument has been used as hospital, as military hospital in the war, as hospital after the war. It has been the location of a sports club for 20, 30 years for divers, and in the end it was not used any longer. So in 1995 there was formed an association who did the restoration and who is running today this villa, and it's about 1,500 members who are engaged in this point. This monument would not have been saved if not this association, with many help by patrons and sponsors, would have done the work. Second example, which in my mind is very interesting. Here we have the Cathedral of Freiburg, very important Gothic cathedral, where the tower has been finished already in the medieval time, not in the 19th century as the cathedral in Cologne or elsewhere. So it's a fine building, but already in the end of the 19th century, there was an alarming state of construction, and they did not know exactly what to do and how to finance the safeguarding of this building. The solution has been, in those times already, to found a cathedral association. And up to today, it's not the church, it's not the state, it's the association who is responsible for the preservation of the cathedral. And this association has a lot of tasks. The most important is the constructional preservation of the cathedral. Therefore, they are maintaining a stone masonry firm with about 50 or 60 employees. They are responsible for the public relations of this work, and they are also responsible for the scientific research. Every year, they need 2.5 million euros for the conservation of this church. And what is interesting is that half of these funds they are collecting by themselves, and the other half is done by the church, done by other authorities. So how is it organized? How is it financed? There are about 5,000 members paying and assisting to these proceedings, and the rest is given by other people. So it's an enormous task what it has to be done, and it can only be done by many, many people who are engaged in this point since more than 100 years. This is the interesting point. But nevertheless, these are, let's say, old forms, traditional forms of legal forms of associations. But I want to turn now to the other form, to the legal form of cooperatives. These Cooperatives are an ingenious answer to epochal shifts in the 19th century. And it would have been nice to listen today, first of all, to the shifts which should have been presented by our colleague first. So we will see what is the framework where we are acting and how we should act. But nevertheless, this legal form has been invented in an epoch, in an area of shifts, of very, very fundamental shifts. And it has been the answer for many problems of society. The modernization in agriculture, the modernization in handcraft, the need of housing, the need of food, and the demand of capital also for private investment. So it has been a solution for many, many problems in those times, in the end, especially of the 19th century. And the answer has been to invent farm cooperatives, trading and consumer societies, housing corporations, and mutual saving banks. What is interesting in our point of view, cultural heritage management as a European task, a European model, this has been a European movement with many, many persons who inspired it. French persons, English persons, also German. And there have been several different attitudes and ideas. One very important in Germany has been Raiffeisen. And if you are going through the country, you will see all the Raiffeisen banks and societies up to now. The characteristics of these cooperatives is the private engagement of equal participants. This is very important. One member, one vote. The votes are not depending on the shares. It's not like the other companies. It's one man, one member, one woman, one vote. So it's a combination of individual and social benefit with equal participants and private engagement. And in this way, it has been a transformation of the modern ideas of the French Revolution. Liberty, equality, and brotherliness together in a legal form, the legal form of cooperatives. And it's nice to see here. Here we have the motto from 1793, in times of terror, you know. So they were engaged, or liberty, equality, fraternity, or more. So this was the real engagement, as you see. And this is the euro, the €2 piece of 2008, with all these, for sure, you see it everywhere in France. Liberty, equality, fraternity. Bon. Yes, so this is it's interesting because it's the idea of modernity, individualism, social life organized in a special legal form. But we know there have been also counter forces against this model. And I think it's from two different parts of two different perspectives. On the one hand, and you mentioned it yesterday already, we have the experience in countries of the real existing socialism that the cooperatives have not been considered as an instrument of individuality, of free cooperation. It has been an instrument of state capitalism, an element of the totalitarianism. Sorry. Okay, on the one hand, this is the experience in the eastern part of Europe, and we have to discuss about this heritage as well, whether it is limiting our ideas and our proceedings in beginning once again to establish these forms of these legal forms. And on the other hand, from the perspective of capitalist Western countries, these cooperatives have been considered as too slow, too inflexible, and too limited in a regional point. So there has been the restriction to small niches only on the economic and social life. So we could come to the result that cooperatives are a wonderful thing for the past, but they are not able to help us in the future. But at the moment, we can see a renaissance of these cooperatives. And I think it's exactly these experiences you have shown us with the cultural societies in Greece, why they were expanded in such a extensive way in the last decades. It's a special experience of globalization which leads to a new appreciation of these cooperatives. It's exactly these distinguishing mark of spatial limitation, not in the global dimensions, but limited to spaces. This experience of deliberateness, not doing everything and everywhere, and this character of grassroots organization, which make cooperatives interesting in our local society, this mixing of globalization and localization. And to give you just one idea on how it is working, citizens are engaged in demanding participation in fundamental matters of everyday life, as we were told also yesterday. But one example, which is very important in Germany today, the climate change demands broad and effective solutions with commitment of many citizens. And one solution in this decision to change the energy policy in Germany is the foundation of energy cooperatives. And you see here how the number of cooperatives has increased in the last years. Now, today, we have about 800 or 900 cooperatives. Now, citizens are producing their own current. And this is a very important dimension of the public energy policy. Well, according to our question of cultural heritage, there are two forms of engagement which we can discuss. Cooperatives, just as supporters of cultural heritage, I will show you two examples, or cooperatives as legal forms of management. The first example is Migros Cooperative in Switzerland. It's a group of 10 agricultural and trade cooperatives since the years of Second World War. And they have the idea to combine free entrepreneurship and the concept of social capital. They have a certain value, how to produce and how to organize the trade. You can see on the slide. But what is really very interesting, in 1957, they have taken the decision to spend 1% of the turnover. The turnover, not the result, the turnover for cultural purposes. We are committed to adding value to life. That's their motto. And 1% of the turnover is about 120 million euros, or in this case, Swiss francs, but it's almost a euro today. 120 million euros every year. So in total, in the last 50 years, they have brought together more than 4 billion euros by this engagement. And you know, Switzerland is also a small country, but 20% of the citizens are members also of Migros. And it's dedicated to culture in total, it's dedicated to education, cultural in a smaller understanding, leisure society, and so on. It's not so much heritage in the focus, but it's culture in total. Second example, which I found this summer in southern France, which was interesting for me. There is a cooperative, a wine cooperative in Languedoc, and they are having every year a big charity auction, and they have constructed a big festival around, and it's dedicated for the preservation of 42 bell towers in the villages around. And every year another village is selected to be renovated, and they are collecting about 500,000 euros just for this heritage management and preservation. Very fine idea. Everybody who takes part has a lot of fun, and there is a good result for this. So these are two examples for cooperatives, just for helping, for funding the preservation of cultural monuments. I want to come back to the ideas in origin. The main challenges are adequate use, public benefit, and the concept of financing in the end. So now I would change to some other examples. Now the organizations in the legal form of cooperatives, but doing their work for themselves by preserving historic monuments and using them for uses of today. Here we have an old inn from the 16th century, which was also very important during the French Revolution in Tübingen, the University of Tübingen, one of the eldest in Germany. It has been a monument without appropriate use. For a long time, it has been an inn. After World War II, it has become a cinema. And since 2006, it was no use. But last year, the last supermarket in the old town closed. So there was a new need for to get a new shop for food, for regional food. And within a half a year, 500 members came together. They founded an association, a cooperative, and they have got 100,000 euro equity. So one share has been not 1,000, but 100 euros, not 1,000, 100 in this case. That's a mistake. So they brought together the idea of preserving a historic monument with using it for purposes of today by means of a cooperation. And today we have more than 200 cooperative shops in Germany, because there are many places in villages where they did not have any shops anymore. So they did it in cooperatives today. Another example, same problem. Here we have a historic monument without appropriate use again. And we have had the lack of an inn in a village. And here the citizens' initiative came also to a cooperative to buy, to preserve, and to run this inn. In this case, it has been 166 members. That one share has been 1,000 euros, and they have got 305,000 euros equity. So they were able to restore it and to run it together with volunteers as well. And they have founded a separate organization for the cultural life. To give you an idea how many cooperatives we have today in Germany, there are more than 5,000 cooperatives. 1,000 in the finance sector, more than 2,000 in the agricultural sector, cooperatives for producing wine, for example. There are more than 1,000 in production, craftsman production, for example, energy, and so on. There are 300 in consumer questions. For example, this inn is a consumer point. And there are 800 in energy questions. So my thesis, first, cooperatives can be considered as a potential solution in complicated and disparate political processes of preserving historical monuments. They are characterized by strong civic participation, financial independence, and a balance of individual and social benefit. They are near to the basis of local heritage, local problems, local people. They are a counterforce in the megatrends of globalization, unification, and increased construction of trust. And actually, cooperatives seem to fill out economic and social niches, and that we can recognize in their number and also in their operational areas. But we have to know more about these renaissance. The question for me is, to which extent can cooperatives be considered to be an effective means also for cultural heritage management? We need further exploration. We have to think about the catalog of types, areas and dimensions where it is used. Which traditions, actual political initiatives, legal conditions can be found in different countries of Europe? I could just show you the situation in Germany. Which factors of success and potential barriers can be carved out? How can we describe the correlation between the different objectives, preserving participation, economic success, and public welfare? And in the end, may it be possible to develop role models or patterns for those cultural heritage management by cooperatives? So these are the questions which I want to leave you to discuss, and other questions may be raised by listening to this presentation. Thank you very much.
Now is the time for questions. And do you have questions, comments, who would like to start with?
I have two comments. One is a bit like a kind of historical issue, because we observed, at least in the region I'm coming from western part of Poland, which were under Prussian occupation, let's say, 19th century. We observed that also the cooperatives are a phenomenon. The way in 19th century in Poland as a kind of tools of resistance. So first, private banks, first industrial people initiatives bottom up were organized as a kind of resistance for a future Poland that have the money, have to have industry. So they were secretly done, such a kind of organizations that were in the mid of 19th century organized in the region by some kind of bottom up, leaders, some priests, but also kind of people well educated abroad, but then trying to organize people around, also farmers, etc. So also as a tool of resistance, cooperatives, that's an interesting concept for me, and one of the best tools maybe. And maybe people wouldn't think about it if they would not be under resistance, under some kind of political pressures to organize themselves, to preserve something, preserve a kind of values for future generations. And that's maybe also related also to, I think, also a cultural heritage, like churches after communism times in Poland. Yes, also there were some communities of people who were taking care of these buildings. As the state didn't care so much, then the people organized themselves. And the second comment is about a nice concept that used to be very popular in Poland in the beginning of 90s, after the transition, during the decentralization process. We've got a certain kind of concept we liked about the principle of subsidiarity. So the state reacts only if people cannot organize themselves, cannot manage. So that was a nice motive, and it's still quite, it should be very important because it's a basic document of the European Union, it exists. But in the cultural field, I've got an impression that it was stopped somewhere in Poland. People wouldn't care anymore for that. So it was the first enthusiasm of time of liberation after '89, an idea of doing ourselves and do not ask a state to do for us. We are trying to change the reality around. So how would you what do you think about, what is your experience with the subsidiarity principle in Germany? The way people treat it seriously or not?
This principle is used often and normally also in Germany, but the difference between these associations in the cultural field and cooperatives is that they are caring about their own financial terms. They have also an economic spirit, not only but also. So if they are preserving such a monument as the inn, they have to run this monument as well. They have to care about to take it as a restaurant and as a possibility to earn money with this. It's not the end of the story to earn money, but it's one necessary means. And this is so interesting, I think, to bring together individual ideas, capacity, with social ideas, to bring together a public need with an individual benefit. And therefore, it has been possible to create also many jobs around these foundations. We have millions of people who are, I don't know exactly the number, but many people who are engaged in these cooperatives, who are earning their money. And I think there is one point necessary to stress. It's the idea of authenticity, also for life, for the object I'm working for, but also for my life. And these cooperatives are a place where people can find an authentic way for living.
Building on what you just said, the question comes to mind. What if the personal, practical benefits of these cooperative movements stop?
When did they stop?
What if this private interest stops? What happens then? Does this cooperative movement in favor of heritage die? Does it die, and then the heritage falls until somebody else comes along with a practical private benefit to safeguard the building? I mean, I'm also a bit not worried, but a question came to mind about the Leuven cooperation you showed us, and you mentioned specifically that it's a non-appropriate use of the building. Or so what happens if the private interest stops being there?
Yeah, in this case of the Leuven, the owner is the town of Tübingen. So it will come back to the responsibility of the town. So it's for the first, it's a time of 5 years they have to care about, and after 5 years they will do it again, or something else would be chosen. I don't think that these preservation of monuments are always for all times, for eternity. We have to think in periods every time, because every 20, 30, 40 years, there will be the necessity of restoration, of rethinking, and so on. So if we arrive to preserve for a certain period, 30, 40 years, it's okay. First thing. Second thing, we have the experience that cooperatives are very successful normally also in the economic life. There are very, very little failures, bankrupts in cooperatives in comparison to other organizations, because their system is very well adopted. We have to say, beside that, in the 70s, there has been a crisis, a big crisis of cooperatives, because they were not appropriate to the market in those times. They were not so flexible and so on. Therefore, many food cooperatives, for example, did not arrive. As we saw in Migros, they did arrive because they were modern, they had a great value chain, and so on and so on. So there is also the danger, for sure, they can fail. But the rates are very, very little up to now.
Yeah, to answer to your second question about the situation in different countries.
Yeah.
In Europe, but in Finland and I guess in all the Nordic countries, these cooperatives are very. We have so many.
Okay.
It's kind of, so it's and it's very typical in our cultural sector. So and for example, in my university, the students have built these cooperatives also, and so it's an easy way to enter on the field of marketing and on the money sector, you should say, even though the money is not the kind of issue in this. But it's an interesting question also that for some reason at this moment, for example, in Finland, cooperatives are not that popular anymore. They used to be much more appreciated, but now it's more like the private money, private sector, enterprise, real enterprises and things like that. But I can see that there is a kind of renaissance coming up also in Finland. So at this moment, maybe there are kind of two forces at the same moment, and so the cooperatives are coming up. What is the situation with the cooperatives and the cultural heritage question? That I do not know. I will find out.
Mm-hmm.
Are there more questions? Yes, please, Charlene.
Sorry for my English. In France, we have also a new kind of cooperative since 2002 or 2003, which is the
louder, please.
the Société Coopérative d'Intérêt Collectif in English, cooperative of collective interest, and it's we have numerous cooperatives in the cultural sector and more in the cultural sector. So I think it's also to answer the second question. And just one thing, you said that it's a balance between individual interest and public benefits, and it's really a new alternative, a new economic model also I can see in France. But what do you think about the multi-membership, the democratic management in this cooperative? Because I think it's interesting for the democratization of management of cultural heritage. So,
what do you mean with multi-membership?
I don't know if it's the same, but in France, when you have a cooperative, you need to work with your partners, with your salary, your employees, with your clients or customers. So it's really a democratic governance of the organization, and I think it's interesting for management of cultural heritage, this dimension of democracy.
I think we have to prove the different legal settings, because in the cooperatives, as they are used in Germany, for example, there's only the membership of those who have founded this cooperation, and they can take the decisions. Perhaps there's a second one, as a customer in a food corporation. Maybe that I have some advantages if I'm a member in the second form of participation. Maybe we have to look out whether it is like that. So maybe there are different systems, and so we have to check which advantages are linked to this system or to that system.
I would like to add a few comments and to raise some questions. First of all, thank you for this very systematic approach, which will allow to all of us to move further on, to deepen our insight and our understanding on the subject of in Europe, and to the potential of this cooperative movement sector, cooperative movement. I think that my comment that we need to make a clear distinction between different forms of cooperation and cooperatives, because there can be different forms of cooperation beyond the legal form of cooperatives. In Bulgaria, we have cooperatives are legal form. They have been established in the early 1920s, 30s, before the period of socialism. They have been very useful in the economic sphere, in the sphere of agriculture, small businesses. I'm not informed. In my knowledge, there are no cooperatives in the sphere of cultural management and cultural heritage, but I have to check out the history. Then, after the establishment of socialist system, there were different kinds of cooperatives which actually were created a little bit in a forceful way for many of the members of the cooperatives. That was not a willful cooperation, and for this reason, the whole notion of cooperative movement was a little bit denominated. But there is, so given these two different experiences and different memories about cooperatives and their capacities, now there is also a revival, but again, of cooperative movement, but again in the economic sphere. On the other hand, we have real revival in the sphere of non-governmental sector, where we have associations and foundations, two main forms, legal forms. So, in our attempt to evaluate the potentials of cooperatives as stakeholders in the sphere of cultural heritage management, shall we distinguish, or we shall try these two different legal forms, or we shall try to, how to say it, to bring forth all these possibilities of cooperation. And then my hypothesis is that while we are in this stage when the cities are getting power as autonomous stakeholders, autonomous players on European stage, because it happens. This is a really very forceful movement, cities becoming autonomous players. Not entirely independent from their state, but with different possibilities for their own initiative in the sphere of culture and cultural cooperation. So maybe this will be also the premise for the development of international cooperatives in the sphere of cultural heritage. For example, the philosophy of the program for European cultural route need really a very huge network of different stakeholders, and this network is always international. So maybe that can lead to international cooperatives on the European stage. So we can expect really amazing developments, and I dare to think that we can even stimulate a little bit this development in this direction with a joint research that will show the possibilities and the opportunities of this kind of cooperation on European stage. But so, how do you think? And also about the membership. The membership in cooperatives is effective as long as there are shared interests. Usually these interests are financial or some sort. But in the sphere of cultural heritage, sometimes there could be just, how to say, just non-financial interest. Then how can this interest be sustained? What do you think?
These have been several questions. First of all, I think we should add the question international possibilities of cooperatives, whether we can find examples or whether we could construct an idea how such a cooperative could be run in an international relationship. Nice idea. I don't have any idea whether there are or not, but we have to think about. Second point, different forms of corporations. For sure, there are the associations, which are normally weak in their economic status because they are forced to get money from outside. Foundations can be strong, but in the days of today, they are also weak because they are lacking money because of the financial situation. So they have many chances, but in foundations, you have to have the equity first. So it's a bigger range of investment, but nevertheless, we can check what they are able to do. And we have wonderful examples in that case also. And third, the cooperatives, I think interest, membership and so on, the most important, one of the most important things in this cooperative is that the interest is not only the interest, idealistic interest, which is important, but it is not only. You are fixed to the interest by your everyday interest. I want to have a brewery in my village. There are other cases with a brewery which they have organized in the cooperative, or I want to have this inn or this shop and so on. We have examples of baths who are nowadays run by a cooperative. Formerly it has been done by the public authority, now it is run by a cooperative. So there are many possibilities, but it's a mixture of idealistic and economic interest. So I think it's a better standing, or maybe a better standing in comparison to others. But for sure, if you have a problem, you have always to look for the best legal form to solve. Maybe it's a foundation, maybe it's an association, maybe it's a public-private partnership, maybe it's a cooperative. So I think it's always dependent on the problem you want to solve. But we have a model which has not been in mind for a long time, and where we find this renaissance, this revitalization.
Finally, but I mean, beginning from the very good idea of establishing international cooperative movements, I think this thing about the balance of values is very important. Mm-hmm. Because, for example, you mentioned that the economic interests are very important, also the idealistic ones. Mm-hmm. But I think across Europe, different mentalities according the balance of values can be found. Mm-hmm. For example, in me as a Greek, I would find it a sacrilege to have a supermarket in this beautiful building of the river that you showed us. And I would understand the practical need for it, but I wouldn't applaud for it. So in addition to what you very correctly say, that you have to find the legal form of doing it, it's also, one needs to find also the legal form to represent all these different values in a balance, so that such an international cooperative movement could work, and every party would be happy to be part of it, and not think that I'm degrading or commercializing heritage, or my private interests are not expressed as they should.
Short answer, according to these values, in the example of, for example, the Löwen, if it is a classified monument, for sure the authorities have to check whether it is possible to do this in this building or not. So this point is clear, and it has to be checked for sure. And there are several possibilities to fail. We can also fail in beauty. But the discussion has to be taken. You're right, absolutely. Yeah.
I would like to give floor to Alexandra, please. Okay, just a very short thing. What is the difference then? Why cooperative and not a proper firm? For example, what is the difference between using this monument, if it is to be checked and everything to be overlooked by the state? Why should we care whether it is a cooperative running it as a supermarket, or it is a private Tesco or whatever running it as a supermarket? What is the difference?
Because economically it doesn't work. A private supermarket demands, let's say, 300 square meters in such a old village or old town. And if they don't get 300 square meters with certain circumstances, they say no, it's not worth. Yeah. But doing it by a cooperative, it's not only the engagement of money, It's also to create the customer's interest, and people who are fixed to this place, who are going to this place, they won't go there if someone else will do it. And there's also the engagement of volunteers who are working there. So they want to have their authentic life in their authentic area. And therefore, they do not want only an apartment, appropriate apartment, but they have also the need of an inn, the need of a supermarket, and so on. They don't want to go outside the town for 3-4 kilometers every day, for example.
Yes.
So this is a question of quality of life.
But this does not come from the cultural heritage perspective. It comes from the perspective of a society wishing to maintain a certain standard of life in this particular region.
Yeah.
It doesn't come from the cultural heritage perspective. For example, if the society, if the group of people living there decide that they don't want to keep this building because they want to do something else, then the building itself does not, or whatever monument, whatever that is, doesn't really, it's not really important. What is important is the wish of these people to acquire a certain thing in life that they want. So they may demolish them.
Yeah. But don't you think it's genius to combine solutions? Solutions for the monument, solutions for the everyday purposes and needs. That's the point. They could do it also somewhere else.
Yeah.
But this was a possibility to find a solution also for this building. For a use, of whether it is appropriate or not, we can discuss if you want. But nevertheless, you have to bring together different needs. Individual needs, social needs, economical needs, and so on. That's the solution.
Yeah, well, I'm skeptical about this second category. I perfectly understand the first category, makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
But the second category, sort of, it seems to me that it takes the emphasis from the cultural heritage to something else, which is it is fine. I mean, social capital, everything, or social needs, and everything is fine. But sort of, I fail to see why these two relate with cultural heritage.
Yeah.
That relate.
Yeah.
This sort of escapes me. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I can tell you another example.
Yeah.
In the next 10, 20 years, we will have hundreds of churches which will not be used anymore as churches. And in Germany, hundreds or thousands, maybe thousands, because the number of members of the churches are decreasing. So we have this already. And so the Catholic and the Protestant churches are looking what can they do with these churches. They will not be churches anymore. And there will be a lot of monuments because they have been, from the beginning, they have been architecturally and so on, important buildings. So they are beginning, and they have already begun, to think about what to do with these monuments. And there will be new purposes, and many and different purposes for this heritage. We will have a very, very big question. Maybe there will be solutions with cooperatives. Maybe there will be individual solutions by private engagement. There may be other engagement. Also, economical interests of people taking this and doing something else out of this. So we have to, on the one hand, we have these monuments. On the other hand, we have the need of appropriate use. And third, we have to find the engaged groups who will care about. I think that's the triangle of problems, and we have to bring it together.
So I guess the cooperatives, it's just one of the possibilities in there. So it's not the solution.
Absolutely.
And so you have to, case by case, you have to
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are many different options.
Absolutely, absolutely. But it's not just a unique one. It's founded in experiences 150 years old. Yeah, but nevertheless, it's not the solution. Yeah, I have to pretend.
And I guess that if I understand how it works, I assume that the economical risks for the stakeholders are not that big as
That's
it
it.
is. Not a was.
That's it. Yeah.
Enterprise.
That's it. Yeah. Because the controls in these organizations are very strong.
But it comes to my mind your presentation yesterday about this museum, but people are very engaging. Could that work as a cooperative, the whole, I mean, how the museum runs?
No, it's a reverse example because we're not talking about monuments in that case. We're talking. It is exactly the monument as such does not pay. It's not important. It's a relationship that is built between the members of the community. That's why I say that I can see the social part of it. What I cannot really make the link with the monument. You know what I mean? So that's the missing link.
Yeah, but in the case of the inn, there was no problem.
Yeah.
If I may, there is also this different mentality that perhaps is the point here. You talked about people are looking what will happen to the monument for a period of 30 to 40 years.
A bit louder.
Yes.
People
Sorry. Whereas our mentality is more conserving the monument for perpetuity. So maybe this is, it will take the big time and you cut it in chunks and you plan for 50 years and then you see what happens next. So maybe this helps.
So this is the ancient experience, or?
No, but no, it's not my
Yeah.
concern. My concern is what I already said.
Yeah.
Okay, why not another time? Use. But that's okay. I think
that we should go on with this discussion next word during the coffee break. And we also decided again to make the next change because the whole time schedule is rearranging and we are a little bit out of time. We would suggest you to make the coffee break now. Sherlyn and Murat agreed as noble Frenchmen again, and we shall make the coffee break for 25 minutes. And then in 25 minutes we shall go on with the presentation of Sherlyn and Murat. Now,
Okay, thank you.
Can we stay here?
Yeah, if you want.
Because before I was in the
Okay, okay.
I was
Yeah.
because on my friend there was an emergency.
I've heard, yeah, I've heard that, yes.
But now I'm
So, yes, you will do yeah. On. Never which
cultural heritage knowledge.
the piece of Rimini. Okay. Okay, yeah. Great. Yeah. Yeah.
I hope
Yeah.
people will take it.
So we take the other way around.
Have you seen?
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is, we can work on this. We have to work on this. It's just wonderful, because, yeah.
Can I
Okay,
ask
okay,
Professor
okay.
Pasha?
Yes. Absolutely, yes, yeah, and we think about it, we'll discuss this afternoon to make a follow-up conference, and maybe then this will be the time, the point to present other researches on this topic. Perfect, yes. Take care here.
yeah.
Yes.
my screen is just I will give you that after the break. Because I thought that I might not have a chance here to do the thing. I have 50 slides with photos. That's it.
50 slides.
50 slides because I
So
I decided I will make it a movie called because I thought the theory is not interesting. This time it's my solution. It will be locked. I hope. Yes, I will. Is it okay?
Yes.
Because otherwise I will stay without.
Can I see here some emails?
Może
Just in case.
Marcin, dostaniemy 46
23.
Oh, right. Where is the
Ja mam tak, ja mam 16 oczywiście.
Zobacz.
Teoretycznie, jeżeli kończyłbym trzeciej, tak jak w planie, to jest
Czasami czuję, że nie zdążę. Ja się zastanawiam. Każdy on ma nową 11:40, bo nie on przyjedzie, to on będzie wtedy. Więc najwyżej zrobimy jeszcze tak, że jeszcze w tej sesji będzie. Dobra, przygotujemy.
ja tym bardziej chcę sobie sprawdzić tam.
Dobrze, dobrze.
Well, I tried this
Est-ce que tu sais pourquoi la petite manette ne marche pas en fait?
So I see we are nearly in time now.
Yeah. Ah, c'est ça en fait. Et c'est ça, comment ça s'appelle ça? Ah oui. Mais est-ce que tu n'aurais pas pu marcher ça en fait? Parce que normalement c'est ça. Ah, c'est parce que c'est le bouton en fait. Ok, c'est comme oui. It works.
Without noise.
Yeah. Look,
It was a woman's touch.
it was this one. It's working.
Ah.
This one, it's
Magic.
yeah. It's working.
Ah.
Surprise. Almost. No, it's working.
Man and technique, huh? Do you have any prejudices?
Now, dear colleagues and friends, I would suggest you immediately to proceed with the next presentation of Charline Arnaud and Murat Adarsar. As you see, they represent the University of Versailles, and we are looking forward for their very interesting presentation.
Thank you, Meta. So this presentation will be in line with Thomas' one because we will speak about public-private partnership, not in the legal definition as a contract for a public service delegation, but as a partnership between a private actor and public organization. And so we did. It's not the same language. Okay, sorry for the presentation, it's not like on the computer. So it's about the management of cultural heritage with two case studies of contemporary art foundations. The one of François Pinault, which is now in Venezia with the Palazzo Grassi, and the other one of Bernard Arnault with la Fondation Louis Vuitton à Paris. So to do it, we can say that our approach of cultural heritage is a managerial one. And this research reflects the interplay of public management, culture, and territory through the following research question. What are the place and role of private sponsors in territorial management of cultural heritage? Obviously, this research is embodied in the institutional and cultural French context. So, as you may know, in France, the state and the local authorities have many roles and missions in the cultural field, such as they finance and support artists and operators, they organize networks for structuring the sector, they are full actors of the cultural offer, and they buy works of art. And since the 80s, the public action and decision is decentralized with spoke about it yesterday, meaning that the local authorities have multiplied their initiatives in the cultural field. So we deal more with local authorities, with territorial management, than with the state, and for us we can't separate the cultural field, the economy of the cultural field, from the public decision. So what about the research context? Oh, it's because it's not the same police. Okay, so therefore, you have two quotations here, one of Goethe and the other one of Malraux, who was the first Minister of Culture in France in 1969. And briefly, okay, it doesn't go on. There is a dialectic tension between past and future, which creates a need to refer to a common past, common historical sources and ideas, and the cultural heritage can be a means for understanding various civilizations through the plurality of the past, as we explained yesterday. So management of cultural heritage has to be thought around the following question: how to share this common memory to make it fruitful for the future. So as defined by the UNESCO, the cultural heritage is tangible and intangible, and we will speak today about movable and immovable heritage through the question of the museums, and specifically the contemporary art museums. As you can see in the quotations, museum became the central pattern of a new paradigm of urban action and on territorial management. Seni, the author, emphasizes the various dimensions of these projects: urban projects, a renowned architect, and an art lover, which is also a cultural patron, which sponsors the culture. Concerning the quotations of Vivant, she says that thanks to the success of various adventures like Bilbao, now we know that the impacts of museums are numerous on the territories and for the various stakeholders. So you have, I'm sorry because it doesn't work, so you can't read all the quotation, but yeah, sorry. So if we look at this definition, which is the one of the European Commission, we can see all the added value of the cultural heritage and also of museums on the territory, like the economic growth, the employment, and the social cohesion for the territory. And we can see also the added value for individuals and for artists. So you can see that it's very important for territories to have this kind of heritage on. Okay. So if we look at this multiple added value of cultural heritage, we know that the European states defend preservation, valuation, and diffusion of this heritage and need to find modalities. We spoke yesterday about collaborative management and other alternatives, but it's the same at the level of territories because they used this cultural heritage to develop a multidimensional attractiveness. So economic, cultural, social, political attractiveness. And as at the European level, at the level of the territory, the cultural heritage can give sense to the political and economic dimension of their strategies. But the fact is that at the territorial level, the creation, preservation, valuation, diffusion, and management of cultural heritage concern many various stakeholders from public, private, and non-profit sectors, meaning that this is a mixed governance to manage this cultural heritage. So we deal with one of these actors, which is the cultural patron. In French, le mécène. So, as I said, we have a special context in France, and we have a law, which is the Ayagon law. So Ayagon was also a Minister of Culture in the 90s, and he's also a close advisor of François Pinault. So you will understand that later. And in 2003, We have the law, which is a liberal law with tax incentives to encourage cultural patronage and philanthropy, and new conditions to create firms foundation. Because the difference with the USA, in France we don't have a lot of foundations. We have a lot of associations, but not foundations. Since 2003, it's easier to create foundations. What are the advantages for a firm? The image, an internal and external positive image. Also the image of the cultural patron. We will see François Pinault and Bernard Arnault have a good image when they create a foundation. It's also a tool for the marketing strategy and also to create new networks, new partnerships, institutional and economic partnerships. But when you create a foundation in France, it means that you have a common mission with the public organizations, meaning the general interest. And we'll see that it's not always the case. And third point, when you create a foundation which is implanted. Non, ça c'est implémenté. Sorry, I don't know. Implanted on the territory. It's anchored, constructed on the territory. You have also to share a common destiny with this territory because it's the same story, and it's a territorial resources. So, Céline always say, that private actors are these benefactors whose role is situated halfway between sharing his fortune by assuming public missions, so the general interest, and being the patron of the art in the style of Medici, Borgia, Belli, Guggenheim, all the people that we know. So these private institutions represent both a cultural heritage as architectural projects, but also maybe a solution to the management of cultural heritage, and it's what we want to discuss with you. So, how do these institutions deal with the missions of contemporary creation support, cultural heritage preservation, and valuation and diffusion of this cultural heritage? How can they be anchored at the local and international levels? Because as you know, the contemporary art sector is international. And how can we describe their relations with public entities? That's the question of this research. Do your job.
Thank you.
So to address this issue, we studied two cases, and we interested in two projects of private museum held by three famous businessmen in France. So just few words about those businessmen, because the project were forged by the vision of those businessmen. So it's important to know who they are. First is François Pinault. Sorry for president. So François Pinault is the founder of a retailing group called before Printemps Pinault Redoute. Maybe you know the general store Le Printemps in Paris. So, or La Redoute, it's a clothes retailing company. And in the 80s and 90s, this group evolved to a leader company in luxury goods and in accessory apparel in luxury activities. So some of their brands are very known all over the world. Luxury, Gucci, Saint Laurent, Balenciaga, you know, all these, Stella McCartney and so on. And the other activities we don't see, it's clothes and sports. So they are the owner of Puma, for example, the famous German company. So he built this group as a very international group, global group in retailing. So he's, this is for the businessman. He's kind of self-made man because he started with nothing and this activity. And he's also known as a very rich man. He's the third French fortune. His business assets is evaluated at $8.1 billion in 2012, and I have the figure in 2015 is $30.9 billion his assets. So he's the 69th global fortune on the world, but someone very important in France, has a lot of power, economic power, political power, and he's known also as the first collector in France, and essentially in the contemporary art. His collection estimated at 2,500 pieces, and about $1.4 billion, the estimation of his collection. And he's also the owner of the auction company, the leader of the auction company, Christie's. He's the owner at 100% of the capital of Christie's. So he's a collector, but also a businessman in the art sector. Here's two pictures. This is an exhibition organized by Pinault in South Korea, in Seoul, with various, you recognize Jeff Koons. So he organized exhibition to develop the value of its collection, of his collection. So this is François Pinault. The other man is Bernard Arnault. So it's nothing to do with the Charles Arnault. It's not the same family.
What a pity.
This is with L and T and not with D. It's not the same family. So Bernard Arnault is, I mean, a kind of competitor to François Pinault, but not. It's a self-made man too. But he's from the big Grande École Française, École Polytechnique. So he started as a financial man in New York, and he acquired different companies in luxury goods. So LVMH, Louis Vuitton, Moet & it's the leader, the world's leader in the luxury good activities. And you know, he has five activities in wine and spirit, for example, in champagne, cognac, wine. Cheval Blanc is one of the most wonderful wines in the world. In fashion, little good, for example, Dior, Kenzo, Celine, Donna Karan, Louis belong to LVMH. In perfume, Guerlain. In watches and jewelry, Chaumet, Bulgari. So it's not only a French brand, it's also Italian brand, American brand. And in selective retailing too, it's integrated company. He's the leader in the duty-free retailing, for example, with duty-free shop. DFS is an American company, or the perfume selling, it's like Sephora with the brand Sephora. And rotation. So the business model of LVMH is to have many what they call houses in luxury. And you see that he said our business model is anchored a long-term vision that builds on the heritage of our houses. So just to show that heritage is something very important in his business model, because it's LVMH, it's not an integrated company, it's a collection of various houses based on this heritage, on reputation, on the on quality. So it's very important for me. And what about Arnault and the art? He's also great lover of contemporary art, one of the most collector of contemporary art in the world. We don't have, figure to estimate his collection, but he's the first fortune in France. So he's the richest man in France, and his fortune is estimated at $29 billion in 2014, and in 2015 he's $38 billion. 38. So in 1 year, it grows from 29 to 38.
That's the solution.
But no.
So we have two businessmen who are successful in the business, but also in the field of art. And the link between business and art is very strong, especially for LVMH. There are some researchers in marketing who use the term arketing. What is arketing? It's to apply the recipe of marketing to art and to use art for to promote their activity, to promote their product. So, for example, in 2012 in Paris, we have an exhibition titled Louis Vuitton Marc Jacob. Marc Jacob is designer of Louis Vuitton. So there was an exhibition of the product, of the history of Louis Vuitton. So we present Louis Vuitton like a painting, like a sculpture, something artistic. So that's to say that they have both activity, business activity, but also art activity, and they try to mix both business and art. So what about their project? The first project was led by François Pinault. So François Pinault decided the project began in 2000. So François Pinault wanted to build a museum to house here his collection on a museum in Paris, and he has chosen the Île Seguin Island. So Seguin Island is this island. It's just in the south of Paris. It's in the really nice area, and it's a historic island because Seguin Island is owned by Renault, by the French car company Renault, and this island houses its historic plant. So the historic plant of Renault was built. So we see here on the left the first plant, modern plant of Renault. It was in the beginning of the 20th century. So this was the project of François Pinault. He negotiated directly with the CEO of Renault to buy just a piece of the island, and he chose the Japanese architect Tadao Ando to design a really modern building to have the image of his power and his collection. And he imagined this. So this is the drawing of the museum, and Tadao Ando imagined what he called a big spaceship floating on the Seine, because around this island is the Seine. And this project was supported by the president at that time, Jacques Chirac. He's not François Hollande, Jacques Chirac, because he's a friend of François Pinault. He's a really close friend to François. So this project has political support from the head of the state, and then at the local authorities, the municipality of Boulogne-Billancourt, the city to which belonged this island, supported also this project, but not completely. But they try to support this project, and they plan what they call an island of two cultures. To have another project, a public project, beside the private project. So, and they call this two culture. The first project, it's the private project, held by François Pinault, and the second held by the municipality. I mean, various, numerous municipalities, because there are 9 municipalities around this island, with the project in art, science, education. So, for example, our university, Versailles-Saint-Quentin, our faculty of medicine should build there, but the project failed. But they try to find some public project to support this private project. But second island, it's not an island, a normal island, because in the in the memory of French people, Second Island represents, it's the symbol of the French industrial heritage, and also the workers' struggle. So, for example, here, this picture from a big strike in 1936, a very big strike where the workers asked for a new right, and the image of this strike is Renault and Second Island. So this project, the overall project, has been disputed by several associations because they contest this project, not only the private project, but the whole overall project, because it's not on behalf of industrial heritage, but also environmental problem, because this project will modify all the urbanistic organization. And the project was challenged in court. And finally, after, because the project start at 2000, in 2005, there's still nothing in this island because there's still court deciding what to do with this project. And finally, in 2005, François Pinault decided to stop this project. So he canceled his project, and he said that this is a quotation of, he wrote in Le Monde, it's the most famous newspaper in France, and he said that the time of administration is the time of the procedure and the stations that accommodate inertia, questioning, budgetary policy. And he finished by saying, eternity is the time of art, not the project who want to serve it. So, and then he announced that he will move his collection to the Grazie Palatio in Venezia, because he, in 2004, he bought this Palatio. So now the collection of François Pinault is hosted in Venice. So this is the first case, and we shall have some maybe lesson from this case. And the other project is about Bernard Arnault. So Bernard Arnault, exactly in 2005, when this project has failed, he announced that he wants to build a museum, exactly the same, to house his personal collection, and not so far from the Ile Segat, but in Bois de Boulogne. Bois de Boulogne is a green area, it's a forest area in the west of Paris, because in Paris, this is Paris, so we have two green and protected area. One on the west is Bois de Boulogne, and one on the east, it's Bois de Vincennes. So he decided to build his museum in Bois de Boulogne, even if it's a protected area. Why in Bois de Boulogne? Because in Bois de Boulogne, exactly, LVMH has a kind of partnership with the city of Paris, because Bois de Boulogne belongs to Paris, the municipality of Paris. And in Bois de Boulogne, there is what we call Jardin d'acclimatation. In the this jardin, it's a garden, was created in 1865 by a very known zoologist at that time, Isidore Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, who want to create a zoo in the west of Paris. And the city of Paris grant him the land, and he creates a scientific association, scientific society, to manage this zoo. And all over the time, this zoo moved to a kind of amusement park, so here's some picture of the Jardin d'Acclimatation at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century. And in 2005, it looks like this. So it's garden with for family, for children. It's very big. And what Bernard Arnault wants to do is to build his museum just here in a part of this jardin. He imagined really very yes, a project very ambitious. He chose another architect. It's Franck Gehry. Franck Gehry is very known, Canadian architect, known for the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao. And Franck Gehry envisioned spectacular boat-like building. He said it's a vessel with glass sail in the jardin, in the Bois de Boulogne, in the Jardin d'Acclimatation. So this is the project. Finally, the project has been disputed, like in the first for the Museum of François Pinault, but not for a question of heritage, but for a question of environmental protection, because Bois de Boulogne is a protected area, and maybe 4 associations refused this project because they to build something, because we can't build something on Bois de Boulogne. It's forbidden to build it. So the municipality must change the regulation of the building for this project. And this project has been supported by all the politicians and by all the public authorities, because in 2005 the other project has failed, so they don't want that this project failed again too. And the French Parliament voted at unanimity an amendment who authorized the municipality of Paris to change this, what we call local urbanism plan of Paris. And we have a specific amendment only for this project. And it was voted by all the parties from the right and from the left, because at that time the majority of the parliament was the left side, from the right side, sorry, and the majority in the municipality of Paris was the left side. So left and right vote the same to support this. And this decision, when you read the law, they justify this change by the enrichment of the national cultural heritage allowed by the museum. So the heritage is a criteria for the politician to modify the law. And the court accepts this because it's law and it's constitutional. They approve this because it's constitutional, even though there are some critics against this criteria, because the criteria, I mean, it's like if this project is a public project. So there is no difference between public or private. And in October 2014, the president, now François Hollande, inaugurated this museum. We can see François Hollande with Bernard Arnault and Franck Gehry. And on the right, it's the same inauguration with François Arnault, François Hollande, Bernard Arnault, sorry, François Hollande, Franck Géry, the architect, but also the mayor of Paris and the Ministry of Culture. So all the authority support this project. So what lesson can we have from these two cases? And
okay, so what can we say? We understand that this private contemporary art museum is a real territorial project. So we will look first at the content of the project, because there is a management of movable cultural heritage through the purchasing and the exhibitions of works of art in these museums. Secondly, we'll see the architectural dimension of this project, because equipment is built and it's now an immovable cultural heritage. And as Murat said just before, for the municipality and for the state, it's a gift for the friends, so we'll speak about that. And finally, we will look at the territorial governance. Which kind of collaborative management of cultural heritage can we think about this territorial project? Is it only a private governance and a private project, or is it a mixed governance with a coordination, a collaboration with the public organizations? So first, the first idea is that we have very few information about the works of art which compose the private collection of Pinault and of Arnault during the elaboration of the project. It means that it doesn't matter. The important is the architectural project, and we don't really care about the works of art that the public will see inside the foundations. This is the first point. The second one is that we can see a reconfiguration of the heritage, because it's the personal heritage of the patron, and then it becomes a shared heritage which is available for the public. But this is the positive point. But the negative point is that it's also a tool for these patrons to speculate on their works of art, as we had explained before. When you exhibit your works of art, it's more and more expensive, and you can do it also with your friends or with your professional relations, political relations. And the second point is that it's a kind of social domination, because it's not a public institution, it's a private one, so it's the aesthetic taste of two patrons who belong to a dominant class, a social dominant class, with an aesthetic taste specific to this class. The third point is that there is no really cooperation between these foundations and the other local institutions, meaning the public museums, the private museums, or other institutions on the territory. So it's more like projects which enhance competition on the territory than the creation of territorial resources that we can share after in the management of the territory. And the last point is that it's a private policy of acquisition and exhibition, which seem to serve more personal interest, as I said before, and we can't control the scientificity or the sense or the purpose of the exhibitions. So there is an impact on the management of works of art. Concerning the architectural project, this is the real key dimension of the project. It's a gift, it's a new equipment on the territory which will belong to the local cultural heritage. And as you understood before with Mourad, it's really the combination between ancient heritage, cultural, industrial, natural heritage, and a new heritage, contemporary heritage, which have to give sense to the ancient heritage, and that's it. Okay. I think you understand. So this is the first point. The second one is that there is always a greater architect who is invited to conceive the project. You see with Tadao Ando and Rich Hungary, and these buildings always symbolize both capitalism and the power and reputation of the patron, the cultural patron. And it's not thinking thoughts in relation with the urban dimension or the environment. It's okay. I want a vessel. I will add a vessel. It's also, and that's the good point, a tool for urban dynamism and a new set of local cultural heritage. And of course, this is a real added value for economy and territorial marketing. And the last point is that everybody says it's a gift to the territory. Thank you, François Pinault. Thank you, Bernardo. But as I explained before, there are incentive taxes. So it was partially paid by the states, but we never say that. So it's thank you, the cultural patrons, but we can say thank you to the state, because without these incentive taxes, it's millions euros. No?
Just to give you an idea of that, the project of Bernard Arnault cost 500 million euros. About 500 million. Only the building, not the collection, only the building.
Partially paid because it's a donation for the foundation. And so in France, it's, well, I won't give the figures, but it's around 60% of your donation that you won't pay in your income taxes. And about the territorial governance, to finish, we would like to present this typology of territorial governance from Gilles and Perra, who are regional economists. And they say that we can have three kinds of governance. The first one is the public or institutional governance. In this governance, the key stakeholder, the key actor in the territorial project coordination is a public organization or a collective of public organizations. It can be a municipality, but also various local authorities or local authorities with the state, but it's a public group. The second type is the private governance, so it's the same idea, but the main stakeholder is a private organization. It can be a firm, it can be a non-governmental organization, an association, a foundation. Here it's foundation. And because in the reality, the pure public governance or the pure private governance doesn't really exist, there is this third kind of governance, which is the mixed or partnership governance, which is a middle way between private and public governance. But we will see always with a dominance, private dominance or public dominance. So I could ask you, but I think you know the answer. Here it's a mixed governance with a domination of private interests. It's a mixed governance because these projects are in line with the public policy, because we have public incentive to create foundations in the field of culture, so it's in the same way that what the public organizations want to develop on the territory. And also because we saw with Mourad that the municipality and more generally the state and the local authorities intervene to make the project successful. So, okay, we have the same destiny and we will make it successful. But we speak about a domination of private interest for several points. The first one is that these projects, with these projects, the local authorities, the territories, are in competition on a global marketplace. As you understood, François Pinault tried to go to the X again. It wasn't so so successful. The administration was in the inertia. He couldn't do what he wanted exactly. There were associations against the project. So he decided to go elsewhere, and he went to the Palazzo Grassi at Venice. So here you have two choices. You can be with the project and say, okay, do what you want, or they will go in other place. The second point is that this is really a project with a territorial dimension, but we can see a co-construction between the cultural patron and the public organizations. So it's really a private project with different choices made by the patron. For example, if it's a territorial project, we have to think together the choice of implementation. Where do we have to go? Which kind of populations we want to reach? What is the relevant place if we look at the cultural offer on the territory and all that questions? And here it's just we need a convenient urban area. And so we will go there, it's easier, we know that we want to be there. The same example for the architectural projects. It's not fault in relation with the other urbanistic dimension of the territory. So here there is no co-construction, and it's just I want to be on your territory, because for Pinault and Arnaud it's really nice to be at Paris because it's the France, the luxury dimension of French culture. Paris is a really nice capital and cultural capital, so for them it's perfect to be there. But what is it for us that we live in Paris? And okay, it's economic attractivity, tourist attractivity, but what else? And then we say that individual interests seem more important than general interest. We don't know anything about cultural democratization. What's the price to go in this foundation? Is there some cultural mediation? We don't care. And what about territorial anchoring of the project? Do we have relations with schools, with social structures, with other museums or other cultural activities? Nothing, it's just we are here and we are alone. And the last point, and maybe Mourad will speak about that because it's his PhD research. There is really strong effects of maybe not lobbying, but personal relations and economic and political powers of Pinault and Arnaud.
Yes, Pinault and Arnaud are known as the most powerful businessmen in France. They have a real connection network inside the state. Some former ministry are in the work in the Louis Vuitton Moitensi or Pinault. So, for example, Ayagon, the former Ministry of Culture, is the chancellor of François Pinault. So he worked with François Pinault just a few months after he finished his mission as a ministry. So they have really political power to succeed their project. So there were some kind of lobbying for the parliament, French parliament, because to vote an amendment you must have a majority, so it must have support inside the parliament.
So it's more private interest than general interest. And you can put that further. Do you need because it's
yes.
Sorry. To conclude, it's interesting to think about the governance of this kind of project because it's a private project which has a territorial dimension. So it could be a chance for territorial innovation through this kind of partnership in the cultural field. In a state, in France, where we try to define and implement a new mindset in the cultural field since the 80s, the new public management, because in France it's very complicated to go through this new public management, and it could be a chance. But this mixed governance has to guarantee the roles and missions necessary to manage cultural heritage, so it has to guarantee the general interest. If not, it's not a territorial government, it's just a private project. Thank you. And sorry for the English.
So thank you very much for your very interesting. Thank you very much for the very interesting cases you brought to the conference from France, and also for the way you interpreted them. And the time for questions and comments. My first question is then, you are using a term twice or three times, mixed governance. And in your interpretation, not every mixed governance is necessarily participatory and democratic. But still, this is a formula that can work, of course, even in public interest. Of course. Do you think that we can further find more indicators in order to be able to evaluate, finally, what are the results for the community of projects like that? Because, you know, it is very easy to overthrow something, as it happened with the first project, which was not allowed. But maybe Paris would be even more attractive, although it is always so nice to go to Paris. There are always a whirlpool of cultural events that deserve and that attract visitors and deserve the attention. Maybe Paris would be more attractive even if the first project was not overthrown, and if the collection is now in Paris and not in Venice. So how to evaluate finally the efficiency and the outcome of such projects where obviously private interests dominate?
First, to evaluate the incomes of this project, it's very complicated, but if we look at the results, it's not so bad. What we are discussing is more the process than the results. If we look, you have a new museum at Paris. The price is not so expensive comparing to the public museum. It's like 14 euros, so it's almost the same. If we look at the economic impact and the number of employees and all that stuff, it's really well. So it's more in the social and cultural dimensions of the performance that it's not so good, because they didn't think about that. But the result is that, okay, we have a new museum. The question is if it's only a private project, we don't care. They do what they want and we have a new museum. But if we think about general interest, and maybe more on local general interest, meaning the general interest of the population on this territory at Paris, the millions invested from the public sector through the incentive tax, are they used in a logic of public interest or in a logic of interest for just a part of the population and maybe not the local population? But after that, we can say that it's the general interest to have an attractive territory, and so on. The economic impact, we know the multiplicator impact of gains. We can say that it's really nice for everybody. But it depends, really, it's a political choice at the end. Even if we can try to evaluate the various impacts, the economic impact, the social impact, the cultural impact, the political impact of this project. And after that, concerning the mixed governance, of course, it can be a good solution. It's like cooperatives. It depends on the project, and it depends on, I don't know how to say, the cahier des charges. meaning the definition of the partnership, the objectives, the aims, and the action missions and roles, but also the way we will control the private actors to be sure that it will answer to the general interest at the end. And if you look, because
The term you use, cahier de charge,
cahier des charges,
this term, is it a legal term or it is part of your, how to say, scientific academic? Because I want to know whether this operates somehow, cahier de charge.
cahier des charges, it's a kind of convention between partnership to define the rules. For example, we have
Objectives,
public
the
services
needs.
delegation for a theater, and in the convention it will be written you have to propose 30 representation for scholars, 20 for social structures. You have to go outside your theater to see people. You have to have a staff of mediation, and all that stuff are defined. And after you have to do that. It's the public-private partnership. And after, just sorry, to conclude, the fact is, if it's a firms, okay, we understand this private interest, but the fact is that it is a foundation. And in France, the foundation is a part of the social and solidarity economy, which is a field with association, foundations, cooperatives, mutuals, and all these kinds of organizations, which have a social, an economic dimension, but also a social dimension. Here in the foundation, which was created to develop an economic and a social dimensions, we don't really see the social dimension at the end. We see a tool for a firm strategy. So this is the problem. If it's a firm, I don't care. I know that a firm has to make profits. Okay, I'm in public management. I don't. Okay, you're in the other side. We can work together and we can define something. But here it's a foundation. So it's not. There is a responsibility because of this stage.
Sharon said that 60% of the budget can be yes, of the gift.
Yeah.
So mainly for the 500 million euro of the building, maybe 60% is paid by the public. So. So if it's, it's 300 million euros, so maybe the public state can invest in other projects, in other cultural projects.
Okay, I was wrong. The whole project afterwards.
Yes. So do Paris? I agree with you. Maybe Paris would be more attractive if we have the Musée Pinot, but do Paris need two more contemporary art museum, or maybe we need another kind of museum or another kind of project? That's what we said about cahier des charges. So maybe the policy, the cultural policy, must be decided by the state, the local authority, and also the foundation, but not only by the foundation. That's what Charlene tried to say.
I get please now the question of Maria and
I have the feeling that maybe these cases are seen, viewed through a light that is not necessarily the right one. In what sense? Both those businessmen are very prominent in the fashion and cosmetics industry, which is part of, I would say, France's intangible heritage. So these are really emblematic persons internationally and in an emblematic cultural sector, which is fashion. And so I think these museums are not about, these contemporary art museums are not so much about the content or the architecture so much as about building a name, an image, and a brand for Parisian culture in fashion. That's what I feel about this. So I think it's not about creating a territorial project that would help the territory develop, but it would be a pole of attraction for international tourism and for the world of fashion internationally. So I would see this not so much as a territorial project, but as a national project for upping the brand of France. And I believe that it was a big waste and loss for France to have the Pinot Museum taken at Venice. And I think that his choice of Venice is also very political.
That was his personal revenge.
Exactly, it was a revenge on Paris. You know, I'm doing it there, and all the money will go there. So this is one part, and the other part, I think you quite mentioned it, but do you have any information? Did this private mecene said anything about giving back to the local region some money about on the income, or you mentioned there were no connections with programs, but maybe they said they did some proclamations on helping the territory, also in the part of the business ethics, like giving something back to society.
For the Louis Vuitton Museum, the one you see, because it's built on the Parisian land, the building will come back to the municipality in 55 years. So, yeah. So
with all the costs.
Yes. but we talk about territorial project because they need the name of Paris, because this building needs to be built on Paris, because Paris represents the capital of luxury good or this brand, so they need Paris. So they try to cooperate with the municipality of Paris. So that's why we have this approach of territory, because even though it's a global company, they need Paris or Venezia or Milano but they need this situation in capital.
And after we speak about territorial governance because it was the main deal in the process of this project, but we explained that it's a local, national, and international anchoring, because there are the international markets of contemporary art that they have this national image, and you're right. So we deal with all the territorial levels, and for example, Pinot had a proposition to go in other cities in France, and he said no.
The other cities?
Yeah,
yes,
like
in
Angers.
Brittany, because he comes from Brittany in the west of France, and the city of Rennes, and proposed him to build his museum in Rennes, and he refused. And Bernard Arnault tried to build this museum in 1995, many years before, and the municipality of Paris at that time, it was the right party, refused that museum to be built in Coulon, and proposed him to build this museum in the north of Paris. But the north it's poor country, it's not the same image, not the same reputation from Louis Vuitton, and he refused. So they want Paris, and they want the area in Paris, the rich area, because it's coherent with their image and with their reputation.
So the last question, please, Becca, has a question, and I would say that this will be really the last question, and we shall move forward because we are already back in our time schedule.
Okay, thanks for your presentation. I think really interesting, especially concerning our yesterday's conversation when we had about the cultural participation. We were moving in a very soft territory, and now you're giving us this kind of very hard, strong money talks, how it really works actually, and also this perspective of Maria mentioned about this luxury heritage, which is a very interesting point and very interesting angle concerning the whole question, the debate on cultural heritage. But I was just thinking that maybe there are some, related to these two projects, and maybe there are some kind of bigger issues at stake. And I was just thinking that the first project didn't succeed because of some reasons, but the second did. And so maybe...
Because the first failed.
No, not only.
No. I think maybe there is at stake the cultural churn or cultural shift, that something has happened during these years. I mean, this public opinion has changed somehow. Is there a kind of changes in the whole view, how people, I mean, regular people look at their possibilities to do something for these kind of public projects? Are they somehow losing the game? Or how do you see that? Is that a...
Yes. Yep.
It's what we said at the end when we spoke about a new mindset. And really, if left also in Italy, it's because the Loi Ayagon at the beginning of this project didn't exist. So it was also created by Ayagon, who was the advisor of Pinot, because he saw that it's not possible for private company to create a foundation and with the economic dimension which is working, I can say. So there is this change with this law, which is more liberal and which gives the chance to create these firms, foundations. Before, it wasn't so easy. So this is really the first.
So the change occurred in 2003. So, but the decision of Pinot was taken in 2005. So we can say in 2005 he has the opportunity to create this foundation, and he didn't create foundations because maybe he did a risk analysis, and the whole project of Ile Seguin, Second Island, was very complex. And then he didn't want to take this risk. And that's what he moved to Venice. Because if he really wanted to build his building in Second Island, but maybe the project was too complex. And maybe in 2000, he ignored this complexity. And when he find this complexity, he preferred to move to maybe an easier place, attractive, like Venezia. So this risk. Maybe we can say that he didn't want to have to serve the general interest and to participate to this Second Island project. So this is another one.
So, thank you very much. And now, again, another change. I was asked by merchants of Brefki and Kasha to give opportunity to Marcin to make his presentation now because he is running up to his train in the afternoon. So,
well, I still have a time, but I guess if that's a gap, we can fill it.
So
it's okay.
no, there is no gap, but
Okay.
just to let you feel better. And thank you, Rebecca, for agreeing to give this place to Marcin. And
You
there
only
is
have
also
you know.
there is also some French link now because Marcin will present different local volunteers and their organizations, Puy de Fou and Park GA. Do I pronounce it correctly?
J is like
Okay.
story.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I just have to prepare a drink to be ready for us. Right. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for having a chance to speak now. And well, I should get an automatic reward for providing the longest title ever. Sorry for that. I don't know why it happens like that, but still it had been kept. So I will be talking about very specific activities in cultural heritage, very broadly understood, or sharing memory activities, which is living history shows, as rather in American terminology we have it. We are talking about certain kind of cultural events, in fact, that are related to history, education, or history perception, etc. But the accent is on volunteers that are a core of these activities. So that's why I have got interest in that, because I'm more in cultural policy than in cultural heritage, in my interests. But that kind of cultural activity, or even art activity that is related to heritage, let's say, directed my attention to two cases I would like to talk about that are related. So we have two communities. One is in France, one is in Poland, where they are completely different contexts and times, but there is a relation today between them. The topic of our sessions are about also sharing memory and international cooperation. So that was one of the rare cases in Poland that came into my mind, but maybe the only one, that is based on international relations and inspirations. Then is talking about real people volunteering in cultural heritage. And then the story ends, because we don't have too many projects in Poland that, let's say, fulfill these two conditions in one case. Okay. I would like to just talk about the research I've started. I have to confess that sometimes in the conferences you are presenting the research that's already on your shelf and ready waiting for one conference. In my case, you know, the invitation and the kind of idea here reminds, oh my God, but I know such a case. I should dig it deeper. I should prepare that. I should. So it was a stimulus to me. So I would like to ask you for forgiveness that not everything is ready. Yes? I mean that the research is still in progress. It's not summed up. So because I've also activated some qualitative and quantitative research tools, so they are still going on. So I am still working with a community in Poland, asking them questions, interviewing, and now collecting also some questionnaires. So I have a partial outcome, but just to show the process and describe it at least the first stage, and then when it will be hopefully maybe published, it will have a full shape that will add something new. Okay, so first, just a kind of sociological research. Who of you have heard about Puy du Fou as a place? Yeah, you are French. You heard about that. With also some political reasons probably too, which is in the French debate, not only on the heritage. Okay, so I will just give you a short overview. It's 1 minute, which gives you an impression of what it is, more or less. And then we'll go into details. I'm just looking for. Let's Okay, it's a kind of new quality, I would say, and certain kind of dimensions. But what we'll talk about today mostly is rather not the whole concept, but the part of it, which is more like that. So the second short movie showing more the pure volunteering initiative. We are volunteers here, see. It's a night show, taking over 110 minutes or something like that. 700 history of France. This one show. 30,000 people sitting in a pub. It's like in a football stadium. Okay, that's what you can see in all promotional materials and also in some kind of press kits you can have an access to. So that's the Tribune with almost 13,000 people sitting. It's called Cine Scénique. It's like a living history show. And the sequence of what I would like to talk about, taking this as an example of a first case, I would like to talk a little bit about the data and so-called the stage, but also about the context, so let's say backstage of the project. And the second example is Park J, which is a kind of initiative that is inspired by Puy du Fou, and it's very young initiatives, but still developing pretty fast. And I'm talking about that because it's something like 15 kilometers from my home. So that's why I feel obliged to give you a direct report from the field, what is going on. In fact, I would like to tell you the story of one trip of a city mayor of a small town to France, and coincidentally take part in this event, and all the story started in Poland. So it started from the scratch. Then I would like to talk about possible content and form of international cooperation, which is in progress, and about my research, which is a backstage analysis on participation again. So I've asked till now about 50 very active participants who were taking part in the show of their opinion on different things and their perception of their engagement in this. I'm not speaking to the microphone, I'm afraid. No, I'm speaking, sorry. And finally, if you have a time, a little bit overview of cultural policies dimensions and some conclusion that relates us to sharing and managing heritage projects based only on volunteers, which is an important thing. So Puy du Fou is in West France, not far from Nantes, but still somewhere in a stick, somewhere in nowhere, in fact. It's not close to any big, it's 3 hours from Paris, it's 3 hours from Bordeaux, it's maybe 1 hour from Nantes or Angers. So it's a calendar when it works from April till September, and the blue colors are the colors in which the show is going on, so the night shows is performed. So it's about 27, 28 times in a year that we are performing. The tickets are sold out 1 month to 2 months before the shows. So it's not easy to get. I was lucky to get 3 years ago one ticket and went there and see it. So because there is as you can see, there is a park and there is a show. The paradox is that the show was the first and the park was the second. And that's that the volunteer activity was the core thing here. Okay, so that's a park now in which you see this kind of public place with the lake and all attractions in the park very well in beautiful green environments are located, including this Roman arena on your right up and different other locations. And then you have a whole village with hotels now, etc. In very like Viking village, you can live in a hut or you can live in a Roman palace or something like that. It's very expensive, but this is also a kind of phenomenon. There are a lot of information about what it does to the local, let's say, community. Yes, they say they've got 3,400 volunteers now working for the project on a constant basis, and 1,400 professionals working for the project. 130 permanent employers in all the facilities, and no coin from public money. And that's a phenomenon, yeah? They have no subsidies. Comparing to a previous discussion about fantastic museums from very rich people, we have no public money spent on that. Well, we'll maybe see why, because there is a particular context to that. There's not only that they don't want, they don't have, whatever. It's a much complex situation that we have to explain. They say that they had created 3,300 jobs in nowhere, in the village, somewhere in the region which is not so much industrially developed, let's say, or agriculturally rich. So that's in addition to the 1,300 jobs they already got in the park. So that's a kind of interesting phenomenon. The founder is that person, Philippe de Villiers, who is for French a kind of controversial person, because he is now also a politician of the right party, or a conservative, or royalist, or Republican in the very extreme, yes, and also he's have a very strong concerns about Catholicism, etc. So he's quite very well recognized for being a politician, etc. But let's take for granted for a moment that, because of course it enriches the discussion, but not an essence and moment. And he's coming from an aristocratic family, as I assume, and coming from the region, Vendée, which has a very difficult history, as you know. And the park is somehow related to that story. So it was his idea in 1977 to do something with a bit taken for granted, a bit forgotten history of the region, and make it more explicit, more visible. So he created a kind of scenario, and that's what's called ciné-scénie, on telling the story to region, to local people, to regional, and to also engage them in telling the story, in transmitting to the next generation. The problem was that the story of, let's say, extermination of over 200,000 people in the context of French Revolution, people who were peasants, who revolted against French Revolution because they've got a more royalist concerns, has been, let's say, put it not in the mainstream, or even not at all in some context in the handbooks of history until recently. I think that, I haven't checked, but what my friends told me, that it was rather 80s, 90s, that the French government allowed, more or less, or give more space to talk about this story. It was not too much politically correct, yes, to the context of French history. So this was a very tragic story of killing all the villages, kids, elderly people, not only soldiers or the rebels, yes, or guerrillas, yes, like you would say, guerrilla people from who didn't want to accept the revolution government. So that was a story, and he was trying to do a kind of live movie, yes, with people, and he was able to find 1,000 volunteers and 400 assistant people who were starting the process in late 90s. But the show was not a success in the first years. They were not able to really catch up with budgets, etc. So that's more or less a history with different stories. So it's a kind of old project, has a long history. The nice thing that I will talk about some kind of stages still is that, let's say, Beautiful now is also a kind of charity project. Yes, so they've been announced, this was my experience during the show, that the part of the tickets price, which is not cheap, by the way, is given to the charity. As they, for instance, are supporting Madagascar with certain kind of charity projects. They used to help Polish Solidarność movement in communist times. Yes, they are also helping to keep monuments and heritage in Vendée region from the money. We spent like 3 million euros to humanitarian cause in their, let's say, history, and that's a kind of, again, a private money thing. Okay, they've got recently also, and that's a nice acclaim, for interesting rewards for being best European theme park, world's best theme park, etc., etc. And if you will come there, you will feel that this is the reason is because this is not, doesn't look like a really commercial theme park. It's so beautiful, it's so uncommercial, without any kind of message that brings you buy something, or we're pressing a lot of green lands, so you can walk like in a park, and then you have shops. on a certain hour, so you have to be on time, and the show starts in different parts of the park. So it's a fantastic place for kids, and it's a kind of aesthetic education for me. How the theme parks should be done with respect to people's intelligence and aesthetics they should have access to. So there's all statistics here. So it's nearly 2 million visitors in 2013. It's a turnover of 64 million euros in 2013. So it's a really huge business, in fact. What else is interesting from the data? 9% only of foreign visitors. And that it seems that the French people are more interested in the topic. It's rather not an export, product, let's say. 60% return visits every 3 years we have. 70% of visitors book a ticket in far advance, etc., etc., etc. So this is something that is visible in different kind of things. So what is interesting here from that data, we have 1,400 animals in the park. So it's not only about that. 4 thematic hotels with over 1,500 beds. So it's really a huge project. Okay, right. So that's also a kind of data they provide from 1978 to today. There is a synesthenie, the red line, very interesting line, because it's not a project that has a drastic increase. Yes, it's quite a stable number of people interested in the show, but it has been a kind of spark that started the park. Also, turnover from the synesthenie is quite stable. It's still over. It's 7,500,000 euros, but million. But still, it's quite a stable one. So they are earning money on something else than synesthenie. But synesthenie is just a magnet in the first beginning. And the rate of investment is also quite impressive. Yeah, so nearly 24 million euros invested in 2014. So it's a huge corporation, I would say, we could have. But this is an interesting thing, because this is an example of the cooperation with schools. I think that they say that it's about 500,000 school boys taking place in their. Okay, so these are months when they are a lot of tours, but there are some months that the park is still active but cooperate with schools. So this is an example in many pages of the materials prepared for teachers for history of art. Yes, so we get a ready set how to organize lessons through the park with the pupils, with different kind of information, glossary, dictionaries, certain kind of things that are really ready set. And there are different topics that are prepared for schools to also be a place of education. That's also an interesting thing. Okay, the animals, okay, environmental issues, etc., etc. They also stress a lot on that thing. Recycling, efficiency, sustainability, all these topics. This is an important thing because they've got a so-called junior academy. So they've got the volunteers, young people invited into these kind of initiatives. So let's say that this is the first step to be involved in becoming a volunteer. So kind of training. So not that you are just coming from the street now, you are prepared. And then they offer to some volunteers, if they want, also a stable job in the park. So they've got these opportunities. Yes, they can manage it. Having volunteers, but also to some of them, it's quite attractive to work in the theme park. So they can stay and work there. So, but some of them are not interested. They want to just enjoy taking part in the show, which also gives a lot about their identity. They can express a kind of local or regional identity. Riding academy, etc., etc. A lot of different kind of things. What they develop is truly international. Recently, last stage. So they are helping to build other theme parks around the world. And here comes a little controversial story. So the people who are running the park in Poland have been recently asked by Polish journalists why they are based on or cooperating with the theme park. that is going to build a Russian history theme park on Crimean island on the commission of Vladimir Putin. And it was, as you know, a kind of difficult question and difficult issue, especially in Poland and Ukraine. In fact, it is not definitely true. It's Philippe de Villiers, who is a quite controversial person, who has like some kind of Russian sentiments, went to Russia talking with Putin on that kind of topic. But in fact, the pure park, which is run today by his son, have nothing to do rather with that concept. But still, a lot of conferences are around politics here. So you have to be careful when having some kind of political moves of running such a big, or being identified with such a big initiative. I would say that if you divide the processes and certain kind of phases, we'll see that first 10 years were based on cinesceny, on the volunteering shows. And then next 10 years, they have developed the park. First was a medieval village with craftsmen, with different kind of simple activities. And then they developed day shows, so not a night show, but day shows. They built the hotels next decade. And they also put in, they were integrated the 18th century castle ruins into the show, yes, as you have seen in the movie. And they develop new shows every year, so growing. And finally develop the TV4 International and also grow the activity in charity, academies, and education. Okay, this is the Polish case now. This is the town of Murowana Gościna with 10,000 inhabitants. It's about 8-10 kilometers from my city, from the metropolitan city of Poznan, which is something that Cooperative don't have, because they do not have agglomeration or metropolis cities nearby. So this is a kind of resource Murowana Gościna has. So they call it Park Dzieje, so history park, which should be based on a Polish history. They don't have a park, in fact. They have on the show now, but the association's name is park. So this is a long-term strategy for them. And in fact, it was initiated by the city mayor, who went on the visit to Bretagne with other municipal people, and occasionally they drive them far away to show the show, and he just gets in love with that idea. But it took several years that some other people from the community went to see it and decided to do something comparable in Poland. By the way, this is the last 2015 edition with 8,000 public and 230 volunteers, which is a quite nice number on the few years, after 5 productions of the show. The thing is that they took every year a different topic. So it was Polish-Swedish War, like here in that case, but we have other stories in that. So the initiative was that guy, former city mayor, who was a kind of initiator who let 200 people from Poland visit Cooperative, traveling in next years and seeing what is going on. So they were all integrated into that kind of idea. So the first years were doing something like, from a scratch, from bottom up, having nothing, in fact, in the sense of human, yes, but not financial capital. So this is one of the first shows with the Queen, and first attempts to do the show. You see the first public prepared for the show. Of course, the scale is not comparable, but that's the comparable scale to that Cooperative begins in 77 or 78. And this is association that is running it, of course, so people from different professionals is living in the same town. That's the only thing that they have in common, and a kind of enthusiasm and passion for that. So these are the first meetings before the show. They meet like in October, November, and then prepare the summer show. So the work takes place all over the year, in fact. They are watching some examples from last year, analyzing what was good, what was wrong, etc. Taking some kind of instructions, and here is a kind of giving roles, yes, before first rehearsals. And there's working in the terrain, different kind of activities, preparing the special music, so they also prepare everything by themselves. Some of the things are given to professionals, and if they really have to, they are paying, but not having too much money. Also not having too much public funds. They got some euro money in last year to infrastructure work with public tribune, but then not too much else. So that's just an overview of different kinds of activities we are doing. As you can see, a grassroots work. Yes, we're about really attempting to do something in a way that is expressing the content properly, preparing, engaging local craftsmanship and business people to give materials or something. Very simple work, I would say. And quite a huge interest of the media about that, because that's very unique. You can find no such an example in Poland on such a scale as that one. That's why it also increased interest in the community, in a town, yes? Why they're doing that? What's so special? It is in the front, this is in the backstage before going out to the show, as you can see. And these are images from the show. This is the Tribune. So you can see what kind of quality we are talking about and what kind of engagement we can find here, involving all generations, as you can see, of people, of inhabitants of the community. But not only inhabitants of community, there are people from Poznan coming to a bigger city, from other cities in the region joining. The problem is that they have to take part in the rehearsals, yeah? So they have to come many, many times during the year to join this group. Well, I would not assume it is a very exclusive, very aesthetically beautiful thing, yes? But that's not all about, yes? It's about something else, I would say. And that's about some kind of, presenting yourself in front of your friends, neighbors, colleagues in a completely different role, yes? Something completely else, having completely different participatory talents, which are performing talents, in fact. This is spontaneous performance of the American choir who came here for a show. It's like a snowball, yes, generating some activities that generate other activities that are also based on voluntary work. So that's more or less a community of performances that were involved in the last show. And yes, these are again some kind of statistics. We have beautiful, of course, with 13,000 every time when we talk about 28 shows. In Poland, we have less numbers, but it's growing. Yes? It's about 7,000 people in 2015 and 6 shows in summer. They have 200 members in Poland, while in Cooperative they have started from 600 members, and now they go to 3,000 members who are paying the fees, starting with the junior academies. Well, if I ask very directly, how different are these people? What is similar in French and Poles doing that? And what is particular for that group of inhabitants of community, local community that are doing that? The people are answering, we feel happy, yes, but we feel happy people because we are doing something unusual, something that we wouldn't suspect we are able to do. And they are also introducing other quality of social relations and the relations they already got. And in Poland, this is very important, if you know what I mean. But finally, somebody is doing something for and not against something. Yes? People are so easy here in this country to gather, to do something against, yes, to protest, but rather not to construct, yes, collectively. And that's one of the unique examples. That's why national television has interest in these shows, etc., because it's so unique in our context. Okay, there's always question, what is the difference between them and so-called reconstructors, yes, who are doing very serious authenticity job in very strict uniforms. There are over 150,000 reconstructors in Poland, so people who are reconstructing the battles, buying details of military uniforms, etc., or the kind of equipment of a knight or different kind of person from a historical time. The problem is that the reconstructions are static. This is 90 minutes of one battle. Here, these shows are like 700 years in 110 minutes. So there is a dynamics. It's like a living movie, really. So reconstructed doesn't understand the concept. They feel uncomfortable when working with volunteers in that sense. Because they have completely not right costumes, yes, because have to be seen from the distance, yes. So they have to have other features than the authentic costumes from the epoch, yes. And the prompts and all of the context is also completely not right. So if we compare the data from last year, which is 7,000 people, and 2,000 of them were from the community, so they were neighbors and friends. And 5 other came from other part of region in the city. It's maybe not much, but if you compare, it's 25% of inhabitants of the town. It's much. If they were attending the same year volleyball international championships, coming in 80 people, yes, locals. So it's a kind of good information. We always compare sports with culture. Yes? So this is maybe a good information for that. Okay. Going to the end, I am not able to fully report on different kind of issues, but just to give you some kind of marks on that. So what was characteristic of the content and form of that international cooperation, that these kind of relations? The kind of mutual respect and inspiration from the Polish side, of course, but the kind of sentiments of grassroots beginnings from the French side. So they respected, they treated Polish partner in completely other way than other international parties. For them, they are doing consulting job. So they offered to Polish partner because they see the grassroots, authentic, original attempt to do that, comparable to the same attempt they had in 78, 77, etc. They give all the time free consulting. They organize study visits. They were let them participate, going to the backstage of the shows in Cooperative. So they were really doing a lot of trainings for them. And they came to Poland and consult, supported in the business plan, sorry for the mistake, and resource analysis of location for the show. They got a cooperation agreement in partnership for free. So there are some kind of unusual behaviors between the partners. They are doing also on a voluntary basis, without any kind of interest. We were the will to invade, the Polish project or something, which is completely not possible. This is an interesting fact that appeared recently, because the Cooperative has got a problem, but they don't have a real heritage there. Yes? It's just constructed somewhere in the middle. There's only intangible heritage in a sense. While the fun thing is that only this year, it's a coincidence, some archaeological research has been revived, and they found that the very, very tangible object from Paleolithic age of old reindeer antler hoe fork, so agricultural instrument, that was discovered in the 19th century around this kind of community. Now they find the very location of that place where they found it was exactly the stage when they are doing the show. Coincidentally, yes. So it was a kind of, brings a new power, new energy, yes. One of the oldest, archaeological treasure was found exactly in the place they are performing. Is it not a miracle, yes? It is a miracle. Reconstruction. Yes, now it's a reconstruction. And they will install in 2016, sorry, it's an archaeological site there. And it was just found from some kind of lost letters between the museum and the owner of the land from early 20th century. So it's a very interesting case, appeared only recently. Okay, this is my list of my questions I'm asking to people. It's not relevant anymore because I'm out of time now, and I will go back to that in my paper. Just examples of some kind of partial answers from people interviewed. Giving the most important motives of the activity, and the very, most powerful is increase the local identity, which is mentioned everywhere as a first reason to taking part in the show. Yes. Sharing memory, promoting history to kids, etc., etc. So a lot of interesting observations. The funny thing is that if you ask them, are you a big history fan, like most reconstructors, they usually don't answer, yes, I am very much. So on the scale from 1 to 5, around answer 3, 3.5. So the history is not a basic thing, yes. That participation moment is just a topic. It's just interfere on their identity, but it's not nothing more about it. Okay, I don't have time for that, probably. You will read it, hopefully. But of course, there is a dimension of cultural policy in it. And something that directs us to the unusual thing when we manage a heritage project that is based only on volunteers, plus some sustainable social entrepreneurship, which is the case of Park of Beautiful, of course, that brings a lot of economic also benefit, which is real, and not only written in the reports from the European Commission about creative industries. That's a real benefit from the region. They just created in 30 years. So that's a proof that with a cultural heritage, you can really make money. That's for the region and for social growth in the region. But yes, sustainable and with a social reason. Yeah? So keeping volunteers all the time. So they didn't stop or quit because now we have a business, we don't need volunteers anymore. Now it's an organism that is related to each other. And also there's an idea of Polish initiators to build a park around the activity. So they are trying to repeat the model in that way. Okay, I have some other topics, but not have time for that, so you will rather read about it. Thank you for your attention, and just, I know that the topic is not easy. I do not expect, thank you very much, however, I expect that you will ask some questions and question some issues here, which are controversial or difficult. It's not easy thing to think about it as a kind of, I think, a new component in heritage, which also has to do with something that has been recently recalled. Okay, I don't have time, but I just show you one thing again, because we need that for discussion, just to show that small thing. Because I'm based in my thoughts on something we were talking about with Pekka yesterday, which is very fashionably called ecology of culture as ecosystems. And in that concept, which is most often quoted today by John Holden, there is a very interesting concept of 3 new pillars of cultural activity, which is subsidized institutions, commercial enterprises, and not anymore so-called NGOs, like an economy. You have co-creative individuals, private amateur art and cultural actors. And here we have them. Of course, they are organized in finally an organization, but still the motivations are individual. That's a powerful message, which also fits perfectly to this new trends in marketing, wanting to invade aesthetic and cultural sphere, yes, where what really is important in marketing and branding are open texts, which allow space for viewers, readers, and listeners to negotiate their own personal readings. Maybe that's the case of Louis Vuitton initiative, yes, also to support its new trend in branding, using arts for the reason. And that's what I wanted to show. That's also one of the proofs. That's our random titles from different reports, books from recent 5-6 years that are so much stressing in cultural heritage these components we are talking about, and in which this example fits perfectly, I would say, which we have much more accent on participation, interpretation, performing, and different kind of community participations that are so much central now in cultural heritage, and they didn't play such a role 10, 15, 20 years ago. So it's a kind of a trend maybe we should take into account, and taking seriously such initiatives like Cooperative and other initiatives that are based on the voluntary activity. So.
Thank you, Martin, for this very interesting case you brought to us, presenting spectacularization of cultural heritage and creation of cultural heritage in a spectacular way. I want to welcome Mr. Holden Müller, who, after traveling more than 20 hours and changing more than 3 airlines, managed to arrive. And thank you for doing this. This is part of our creation of our shared memory, because we shall not forget this heroic trip. Now, I would suggest you that we shall have only 5 minutes for questions and answers, and then going to lunch, and then exactly in 2:30 we shall proceed with our next session, which will be led by Professor Knuben, and he will give the floor to Mr. Poludenka Miller and to Becky Tianen and to all the others. So we really reorganized the whole second day to be able to give floor to all.
We will end with a night spectacle.
So, do you have questions, or you are tired enough? And please.
I have a very short question. Are the shows based on historical researches, and how strict they are?
Well, as I said, the first was a kind of scenario of Philippe de Villiers. And also, there are people from literary studies, history studies, working on it, but I wouldn't say that the main goal is to bring, you know, the historical evidence in every detail. It's just to make a good story, which will be able to attract people for over 100 minutes sitting outside. Yes? So this is much more complex construction than have to fit together. It's like a show. So
And
it's
so
not.
it's more about like fantasy about the past.
Well, it's not so much fantasy, I would say, because they wanted to put. Wait, they have a specific in Poland. They have a specific topics, right? Like no, a certain kind of event. Yeah? So they are researching that with more careful way. They have consultants, but it's all based on voluntary thing. So they cannot pay any kind of specialist to work for them. But they are based on what they have. For instance, they have several historians who are living in a town. So they are providing some kind of content. Some history teachers, yes, taking part in it. So it's not, as I said, reconstructors or those who have so authentic approach wouldn't so much be appreciative of that.
So,
Thanks for the beautiful presentation. It was really interesting to see that and the spectacles that you showed us. Just thinking about this case with the French theme park. It was interesting that they implement this, for example, this educational elements inside of this hall, and so it seems very kind of the structure was very interesting. So it put aside a little bit this show elements and trying to convince people, or some people, to with these other kind of elements. But you mentioned that about this from where do they get the money for that? And you mentioned about so they don't use any public money for that. And so, can you open up a little bit?
They show some private sponsors like banks, insurance companies, etc., and they raise the money. Keep in mind that this is 30 years of history of the company, so they have got a lot of time to grow. It doesn't grow in 5 years like today. You know, if you want to have a theme park, it's maybe 3-4 years, it's ready. They work on it over 30 years or 35 years, so it's a long history. It has been not so much discussed, not so much people knew about it until recently, 10, 15 years, that such an issue is so, it's so interesting in a way, also as a business model. So that's why it's so.
They had the public money too, because Philippe de Villiers was the head of the Vendée department, Vendée region. So he gave a lot of grants to this. So there's a mix between individual interest and the political interest, because he represents the right of the right side of the right party. So it's and give some grants.
That's they not talk about. Yes.
Who owns the park? Who owns the park?
I think it's Conseil Général.
So it's public.
No, it's not a public. Not a public. It's a business. Yes, business organizations. Only the certain kind of things. Well, there's association, which from which we has started. But as all the information I know, this is not a public institution at all. So, and they also announced every line. There are no public money in it. I don't know this political relation we are talking about. Maybe it's true. Probably it is.
I think the land is owned by the public authority, I think, because we have there is another because film delivery was in the ministry, and so it has a lot of connection in the public sector. And there is another part called Poitiers. With the same, it's private-public partnership. So there are some public funds and also association who manage this show.
And Alexandra Bunia, she wants to raise some questions.
Yes, thanks, Martin. This was really interesting. I have some concerns regarding the ideological content of these cases. Actually, even before you talked about the Villiers and all these people, and before listening to what Murat was saying about, his positions, I was impressed by the appearance of the flag and the colors of France, so often in such a short time. So, to me, from that very brief presentation, I realized that there must be serious nationalistic, trends, let's put it like that, in this whole enterprise, which is one part of the story. The second part of the story is that if it is such a successful business, what is the role of the volunteers? Because, participating and creating a participatory culture is fine, but making money out of participatory culture, in other words, making people work for free while you can make money out of them, that's not, that's not in the good part of my books at least. Yeah. And the third issue is, I think that by comparing that, I understand that the inspiration was taken by that place for the Polish case, but I think that it might be a bit let's say, not really fair for the Polish case, because I think that the Polish case has a different thing in mind, at least as far as I understood. It's a kind of involving people in making something for their locality based on cultural heritage or interpretations of cultural heritage, but not so making their, putting their place on the map, let's say. Whereas the French case, it's more like a commercial and deeply political understanding of French history.
Maybe the answer to that question is, well, as I was analyzing the case, they are trying to divide it. You say, okay, the show is done by volunteers, and for the rest we are paying. And the explanation is that we did a show for many years, but people wanted more. So we tried step by step, first attraction, second, third, then hotels, then something. So it was like growing. It was a ready business plan in the beginning. And the second question is that, of course, maybe the answer why it is so successful, because there is an idea behind, yes. You can call it ideology, but still there's an idea, there's a story behind, which is powerful for people, yes. Which will bring,
that was part of the local history or local memory, if you wish, and that local memory narrative was a little bit contradictory to the prevailing historical narrative, because it was about contra-revolutionary movement. So it is not so much nationalistic in that sense, but there is the nation is behind, because nowadays it is so popular and presents France in very in this narrative about cultural heritage as a general in such a spectacular way. Well, so, but it is not nationalistic. Contra.
I think it's weaker than it was before. When you visit the park, you even cannot went through it not having an idea about any kind of French nationalism, really, yes, because you have different kind of stories, yes, which Romans, Vikings, etc. And your attention is moved somewhere else. When you attend the show, of course, it's a kind of representation, identity representation, very strong one, of people who felt that they were neglected, left behind. And now, that is why maybe in contrast, you get a feeling that they are too expressive, because they have something to be rewarded for, because they were forgotten. But that's a kind of a feeling you've got with certain kind of moments which were difficult in history. And now there is a space to express some kind of things, and they are maybe stressing too much. Yes. So, but that's why I said it's not easy topic. Yes. It's really a lot of we can discuss a lot about that.
Very big question, very big answer, because we are losing always our chance to go to take lunch and to get gas anytime.
My question will be very brief. Seeing this presentation, which is inviting to look at, I was thinking sharing, yes, but I'm not sure about the memory part. I would be more like sharing in a paraphrasing of one aspect of history narrated individually and subjectively by some people who write the scenario.
Well, not exactly. It would be too simple to say that this is very subjective. It wouldn't be fair to say that, yes, because we have to know that this was really a very tragical moment in the history of France. That was really
Excuse me,
hidden.
I'm
Yeah?
talking generally about the whole part and mostly focused on the Polish case,
Okay.
which seems more grassroots and less business, which are good parts. And about the happy, they make us happy, but I'm not sure if it's memory here.
Let's take it as comment.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's the last. Breaking and sense. Fresh air. And I we will take 2 dishes. One for us. Yeah. So, who will begin? Who will begin in the afternoon? Lights on. Lights on. Lights on.
Not from this side.
Would you be able to your presentation 30 minutes and 23? Yes, I think I will we'll get a chocolate. Or something like that. Because we have one plus.
Yeah, we are late.
And we are late and so on and so on.
Very
Because there was some news that lying ran the Polish version of it. But it was not true, it was a gossip. Because they wanted to put, again, somewhere in nowhere, it was the German war. It was an idea, let's say, but it was just, they wanted to invest money in the land, not build a park. That was a mistake. Już. A wiesz co, ja mam w ogóle za dużo wczoraj wyłożyłem sobie coś.
Aha, dobrze. Mam tu ustawię.
I gave it to Kasia because
I forgot why. Yes, yes, it's very much. Yes, sure. Because I forgot that. No. Thank you. It's not a problem. Yes. I will go in a minute. Finished? Let's go. I just should go.
Ja mam 16, ale 20 zł, tylko lat. Myślę, że chyba nie
Can I leave the things here?
Yes. To są klucze, patrz, to masz mi.
Where are you going to eat? You've got your house? Yes, but I don't know where to go. Okay. Shall we go together? Yes. Can I wait? If you want, or go with Martin, I'm going. Yes, please go.
tomorrow, and tomorrow I will work very hard with Inga. So I don't know.
Have a seat. May I give you for the?
My whole belonging.
Yeah, I will take another seat to be a little bit better. We will
You've got the computer or speakers or
do
something.
it that way. 15 minutes, about 15. Good, ready?
Yes, I can do it.
What do you actually? It doesn't matter.
Yes. Under the.
Well, let's be yours. Here. Okay. Just
There's neither of them Jewish. Yes. Yeah. I will clean it like myself.
No, I'm not sure. That's the whole comments.
Some good time.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm not using that. And I can't use the password. I can't remind the password because it's my normal password.
Yeah, that will run. Great.
No problem. I've done
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, you said all speech around. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. I see. Well, I'm not going to say. Let's see. Next year.
Well, so we will beginning. Oh, We will begin the afternoon session by bringing to the end the morning session. And Pekka has presented, his first slide. Here, lights on, it's your turn. 20 minutes for our
Thank you very much.
co-director.
So, yes, my presentation is more like a project presentation.
One more suggestion. Please come closer to your presentation because there we will not see you like that. That is very special. Now we will see you. Then not.
So, yes, we have this is a kind of project under construction. So it's a very, very new project. And so we don't have any results yet. We have only some aims and goals that we want to achieve with this project. But I think it's a kind of interesting case example how this kind of international cooperation can be done also in the framework of cultural heritage. So the project is called Lights On, and the subtitle is my own, so it has nothing officially to do with the Lights On project, but I think it's kind of give a picture of what it's all about in this project, New Life for Old Sites. So the background, it's a cooperation project between Finland and Estonia. And the background is the history of northeastern Baltic Sea, and as you might know and guess, its connections between Finland and Estonia and are very, very tight and has been for centuries, and so it's kind of a natural way to build up these kind of projects, also especially related to cultural heritage. It's all about there are 8 historical sites, and we call it there's a kind of theme around this project, Lights On, and the theme is related to the question of power. So there are 8 historical sites and 8 areas of power, and you can say that there are 8 million stories. Well, that's a bit exaggerated, but there are some stories that are related to this. All of these 8 different places where the power used to lie. These are the problems that this project is trying to resolve. These sites that are existing are very undeveloped. They're supposed to be tourist attractions. They're supposed to be historical sites where people go and see the historical background of these places, but they are not working very well. Mainly because of the management of this site is not very developed or not even sustainable. These sites appear, one of the problems is also that these sites, both in Finland and in Estonia, they appear as single sites. So there is no joint marketing which could be possible. And through this project, we're trying to create this kind of joint marketing and see what kind of possibilities this joint marketing would give to give more life to these historical sites. And also the services are one of the things that are lacking in these places, and maybe there's a possibility also for joint services between these 8 sites. And another problem is that these sites are not engaging local people as they would and as they're supposed to engage people living in this area, and also they produce very little benefit to the local economy. Well, stories are related to every historical site, and these are no exceptions, these sites. So there are a lot of fascinating stories, but nobody has really collected them in a very efficient way. So that's one of the aims and goals of this project, is to collect stories and try to use them for the benefits of the whole project. And the visitor experience in general is not very attractive. I will show you some pictures later on. You can understand what this really means, that these sites, they're supposed to be very attractive, but they are in this present situation, in this present condition, they are not very attractive at all. And of course, when we are speaking of Finland, at the northern part of Europe, the season is very short. Lightning problems with this kind of weather conditions, and of course the summer is never a problem, but what happens outside summer break, then the problems really started with this kind of sites. The project has been funded, or is funded by European Union, and the project program is Interreg Central Baltic program. So the project started in this fall, 2015, and it's a 3-year project. Partners there are 4 partners: Umag University of Applied Sciences, that I'm representing also. It's one of the partners, and the other educational partner is University of Tartu from Estonia. And then there are the big players, you could say, in this project are the State Forest Management Center from Estonia and a sister organization in Finland, Metsähallitus Parks and Wildlife. So they are the main partners, and we are associate partners together with University of Tartu. And these sites in Finland, there are 4 sites, as I mentioned. Kuusista Bishop's Castle is one of the sites. It's a medieval bishop's seat in Finland in the 13th century. And then there is a Raasepori Castle ruin, where which is one of the 3 medieval king's castles in Finland in the Middle Ages. Rapola Hill Fort is a defense works in Finland, first organized defense works in Finland. And then there's a very interesting site, is this Vallisaari Fortress, which is a fortified island little outside Helsinki, and it's still closed because our defense forces has used them for their own purposes. But it will be, but now they are gone away from the island, and the city and the state has decided that this will be open for public. But of course, the problem is that what to do with these kind of places where that has been used for other purposes. But it will be open up to public in next year, in May 2016. And these are the pictures of these sites. And you can see, well, the draw picture is how the castle used to be, and now there is this present situation, and also this Vallisaari Hill is in this kind of condition. So they are very kind of interesting and challenging places to create this or use them as a historical sites nowadays. And especially difficult, this Kuusista Castle ruins is very difficult places because what normal visitor would see them are only ruins and doesn't really understand the meaningful and how remarkable place that used to be back in the history. Other sites in Finland are a little bit in better shape, and there is a view of this island where the fortress used to be. And these 4 sites in Estonia are Varbola, the largest, very large ancient hill fort in Estonia, Löövere, Fortress of Estonia, ancient chief Lempitu. Don't ask me about these persons, I don't have that kind of historical knowledge of what they are representing, but I would say that all of these 8 sites are very they have a very tight connection with both the history of Finland and Estonia. So in that sense, it makes kind of sense to speak about the places of former, or see them as a power where the power used to lie in both of these countries. And there's ancient hill Neruti and the manor from the 1659. And these are the pictures of the places in Estonia. This is very interesting picture. This hill, and probably if you visit the place, it's really hard to understand that there used to be something else in there than just a green hill. And also the shape of the condition of these two main houses, it's kind of interesting thing. And what will happen during this project is that these state official partners, these main partners, will take care of the kind of infrastructure that is closely related to these places, and this Pomak University and Tartu University will kind of create other possibilities for these sites. So the aims of the whole project is to improve visitor experience. So I guess the main target group in this project are the visitors, tourists who are going to these places. Related to this is the creating on-site services, joint marketing tools. It's one of the aims, and you develop new creative products. So you could say that the aims are very many-sided, and in this sense, it's also an educational project, not just a project meant to just for tourists. Tools that we are going to use is cross-border cooperation and kind of testing this kind of possibility that this cooperation would have. Bringing cultural management and creative entrepreneurship also together, which is of course very interesting way to look at also the cultural heritage issue. Creating new projects together with Estonia and also with local entrepreneurs. So we try to bring up these different players together using different kind of pedagogical educational methods. And of course, finding innovative service design concepts and creation of effective and engaging heritage interpretation, that we are going to use this storytelling method very strongly, and it will probably be the kind of theme of the whole project. In the end, we will probably not have something like Marcin just presented us what happens in Poland and especially in France. But it gives us a very good perspective that what are the possibilities in this. But the joint marketing tools is one of the results. New technology and on-site presentations and using gamified games and for this. And this is one of the aims we have had in our university, several projects where we try to use new technology, mobile technology, especially in this kind of possibilities. And this is something that we will be using also during this project. Product development in general, and there will be a lightning competition. And this lightning competition is something that our main players, the state organizations, they suggested us. And they started with this lightning competition for some reason, I don't know. Well, this lightning competition and this looks things, it's something that's very popular in Finland anyway. And so all the history of buildings should be light, very kind of sensitive and interesting way. And so this will be the case also in this project. And the infrastructure, as you could recall from these pictures, that's a big challenge, how it does really work. And I'm really curious to see what happens after 3 years, and what is the kind of facelifting of these historical sites after 3 years. To have new visitors, of course, and the participation of local community is, of course, a kind of one of the main targets to this kind of project. And in general, you could say that this new awareness of historical and natural values is to be is researched in this project. I could, if internet is working, I could show you a very short clips. This. How I get rid of this? Like that.
Sorry. Never will get it.
Okay. Yeah, that was actually the project's first film of one of the planning sessions that we had in just a couple of weeks ago. Just very quickly, next steps. What is going to happen by our university in this project? So the goal, there is a digital. The goal is to create this best practice in digital tourism think tank in 2017 and 18. So we will use more new technology and of course digital technology to achieve these kind of goals. There will be a training and project development for local entrepreneurs. So we have the working session with local entrepreneurs. We meet them and use certain kind of methods to train them for customers and just to open up a little bit this possibility that this kind of development work would be fine for them. There is a small survey games also that we are going to have. So kind of gather information on two levels. Find out about the ideas, concepts, and plans might concern the entrepreneurs and stakeholders, and acquire information that will help planning the service design coaching program. That will be the kind of next step that we're going to have. So there will be a service design coaching that we are going to use during this 3 years. First meeting will be in spring 2016. And this lightning competition will happen in fall 2017. Plus, there is a lightning festival at the same time period. And the idea at this moment is that this will be happen simultaneously in all 8 places at the same time. But we will see how it really works. And these gaming actions that are going to put also in process, and first pilots of these games and joint marketing possibilities will be happening in 2016. As you can see, there will be horror videos, but probably relating to old castles and photo picture booths and remake and visual heritage cooperation and special offers will be handed over there. And treasure maps, anything you can imagine that I could kind of link it to these historical sites and especially places where used to be a people with lots of power or something like that. And in the end, there will be or at some point we'll be organizing an international student camp. And because in our university and also in Viljan and Tartu University, there are a lot of international students involved. And so we try to not just involve people and students in Finland and Estonia, but also from other countries, from other European countries, to be on some level involved in this project. So in this way, it's a real European project. So thank you very much.
Maybe we can become something like a running presentation in every meeting we will come together. You will bring us new slides, new pictures, how the project is going on.
Sure. Year after this, I will show you some results.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Okay, do you have any questions or comments? Yes, please.
I was wondering, I understand you involved the students in the building and creation of this project. And I was wondering in what capacity, like in the framework of some courses, and how, the second question would be, how do you secure their continuous involvement in the project? I mean, 3 years at a time, then they leave, how do you retain them involved in the project?
In this helps a lot our kind of new pedagogical system that we are using. There was a term that I used in these slides is coaching, and that is something that we do nowadays. We are coaching our students. And this means, in practicality, it means that there are a lot of different kind of projects, actual projects that they do with. So they do part of the course. It depends what kind of courses, and if they have a course on marketing course, that will be then implemented into this kind of projects like the lights on. So in this way, we are not dependent on a certain students, but we can change the group of students, teams in every year, and so it doesn't kind of. It doesn't mean that there has to be one student who will do this for the whole 3 years, but we will change the students, and so it's part of our curriculum and courses. In that sense, it should work.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's a great and interesting project you are sort of drawing up here, and I was wondering, since you are defining the sites by their role as centers of power through history, are you going to do anything like, let's say, go into an exposure of how power translates into a physical appearance? What is it that makes a place into a place of power, except for the fact that you know that someone powerful was there? How is it expressed physically? And can you sort of use these locations to help people read and understand the manifestations of power in the landscape?
Oh, it's a good question. At this moment, I can't actually answer that, and as far as I'm concerned of this project, there will be a kind of deeper going research work also during these 3 years. But it's at this moment, it's mainly concerned of these different kind of tools and aims, and these aims are also very kind of you could say very practical aims. But hopefully there will be, if not in these 3 years, after the 3 years, there will be a kind of deeper going analysis of, for example, what does it mean, this power relationship of physical environments and things like that. But I could assume that this could come out as part of the stories that we are going to collect. So there might be a kind of reflection of stories and this environment of these power elements that you mentioned. We'll see.
Don't you think it could be going also the other way around? First thinking about the meaning and the mission of these sites, and then you are forming a mission in the marketing sense.
Yeah, this should be connected. Of course, it does make. I can't see that marketing would be very successful if it doesn't have a kind of inner essence of this.
Besides of what you say.
Yeah.
Other questions? Yes.
It was very interesting that you planned to educate local entrepreneurs.
Educate or train.
Train. Do you perceive any difficulties in this process, and how willing will you be to take part in this process?
It's a very difficult process. In other projects, we have used the similar kind of methods and collect entrepreneurs and people there in one room and share thoughts and ideas with them and trying to kind of make new innovations together and planning like that. But it's really hard to make people to go a little bit or think a little bit outside their own boxes. And what is challenging is that to make these people to work together, because the entrepreneurs, especially in Finland, around the tourist entrepreneurs, they are used to work by themselves, and they don't want to act. What they first say is that they don't want to share their thoughts and ideas with others because it's a competition, and so they don't actually. You have to work a lot to make them convinced that working together would be ideal for you and for other partners also, and because the market is so small and you don't speak of big money here, so it doesn't make sense that they all make them think just by themselves. But it's a challenge. It's to educate them or to train them to think a little bit other ways and find this kind of.
If you manage to do this, then you can establish your model how to do this, how to overcome this unwillingness, and we can put it in our further next project as a positive model.
Yeah, but it's, as I said, it's really hard. In other project we had, for example, there was one meeting with entrepreneurs somewhere in Finland. There were 20 very eager people there, and they wanted to share their thoughts, and they created a lot of good products and things like that. And another meeting with the same ideas, there were 2 entrepreneurs, and one of them left after 5 minutes or something like that. So there was one entrepreneur, and you can't have that conversations with one person. So it's a big problem, but it's not mission impossible. That it can be done.
So nevertheless, we will come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. May I ask you, Mr. Paladin Müller, who joins us this noon and who comes from the Norwegian Institute for Cultural Heritage Research. And in some presentations, there were already references to the topic you will show us and treat now for us. Epochal shifts, great changes in the background, and I think we are very happy that you could come here, and now we'd like to listen to you.
Thank you very much. I think I should use the mic. Yes, and so on. Right, very good. Okay, so thank you very much for letting me in here. Sorry for being so late that I missed a considerable part of the fun, but I look forward to being able to read what you've been talking about at a later stage. Since I hadn't heard very much of what has been going on until now, I really don't know how I fit in, but you'll know when you listen to me whether I fit in or not. I'm going to talk about, to try to take a sort of a historical, wider perspective and geographical perspective on the role of urban heritage today, and the role of the cities is something that we cannot avoid also to touch upon. Yeah, I'll just check the time so that I know I'm not running sort of indecently over time. The cities of today are sort of finding themselves gradually in a new setting because there's an ongoing dislocation of power. Early on, cities in Europe were firmly embedded in a national construction. And that was the most important actor. The state was, the nation state was the most important actor. Today, this is sort of partly shifting. So what's happening now is not that the state is going to disappear, but it will assume a different role. Other things would be important now. The local dimension with the city and its citizens and its local stakeholder interest will be important. The regional level is increasingly important also. It can be defined, for instance, as cities with their hinterland and also sort of, let's say, connected cities like these blue bananas and whatever they was called in earlier days. Cities, bands of cities connecting across international borders, for instance, in the Rhineland, or in Scandinavia, you could mention Malmö, Copenhagen, Öresund. And then we have the global dimension, which is characterized by superstate organizations like the EU, the World Trade Organization, so on and so forth. And then you have the multinational companies that are huge players and having economies that in many ways exceeds the national budgets of many nation states. And then you have the multicultural dimension, which is extremely important also today due to the communication structures, the social media and so on, and also, of course, the immigration. There are reasons for this translocation of roles and power, that this is a global trend now. In most countries, the state has simply become too small to really deal with many of these huge challenges that are global in their origin and also in their reach, even though they do have a local impact. Also, the largest cities have become actors in their own right on the global scene. They're both competitors and partners. Competitors in the competition to position themselves as powerful centers for business, for tourism, for money laundering, or whatever it is. But also, they are working together also to deal with some of the problems that are common to them. For instance, raising sea levels. Most major cities in the world are near the sea level, and they are more or less threatened by the rising sea levels. So they are interested in working together to find solutions. New York, Amsterdam do have common problems, as does Copenhagen and Dhaka, Bangladesh. The difference is, of course, whether you have money to deal with it or not have money to deal with it. But these cities do work together in order to develop solutions. Then we see that the medium-sized cities, they grow through immigration from the hinterland and also from linking up and finding some sort of role in the hierarchy generated from the major cities. If we look into the city itself, we can see that they do demand more room to position themselves in the competition with other cities. They do want sort of freedom to act, to develop and transform themselves in order to sort of compete better, stronger. But also citizens demand a bigger say in planning and decisions that shape the city. They're not sort of going to just passively accept whatever is being brought upon them from the top. Then the state has a certain interest also in delegating powers and responsibilities to the cities, because it is for the state a means of reducing, to cutting back its budgets by transferring responsibilities and tasks to the cities without transferring the full amount that was in the budget for these tasks earlier. So it's a way of sort of, let's say, covering up budget cuts and giving the local politicians the responsibilities for reduced services. Well, I think we cannot understand what's going on in Europe today without taking a broader look and look into the nearest surroundings of Europe. If we look back at, it's always good to turn a map upside down because you get a different perspective on the landscape, on the lands that you look at. And you see connections that you tend to ignore. When you look at this map, you can really see how close the land masses of Africa and the Near East are to Europe. We tend to ignore that when we see the map presented in the ordinary north-south orientation. What also is striking is that this map is depicting the extension of the Ottoman Empire as it was more or less until the end of the First World War. The whole MENA region, Middle East and North African region, was more or less under the control of the Ottoman Empire. It had been that for centuries. It had been sort of deteriorating during the 18th and the 19th century, with the British and the French sort of imposing their control on the part of these territories. But still, what is interesting is that a country like Syria, a country like Turkey itself today, a country like Iraq, Lebanon, they were all firmly within the Ottoman Empire. And an empire is able to contain religious and ethnic diversity. It was a multicultural empire, as many other empires that were dominating also Europe these days. The Russian Empire, the Habsburgian Empire, so on. That ended with the First World War. The Ottoman Empire finally collapsed, and the region was divided under the Sykes-Picot Agreement in 1916 already. It was divided so that we got what later became nation-states, independent states, out of what used to be a multi-ethnic empire. We got Iran, we got Syria, we got Lebanon, we got Jordan, Saudi Arabia, so on and so forth. And then we also, of course, got Turkey as a nation-state instead of a place where many different ethnies lived together. So, what an American diplomat said in 1916, when he heard about the Sykes-Picot Agreement of cutting up the Ottoman Empire, he said, this will be the reason for 100 years of war. And he was right. What we see now is the collapse of that order that was installed at the beginning of the 20th century, after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. We see that those states which came out of that are not able to cope anymore. They're collapsing, and we are entering into a period where the whole political order, the social order is deteriorating and destroyed. And that happens at a moment where we have mega cities also in the region. So cities is where history is happening, and it is so today more than ever. This is Istanbul, the old imperial center. This is youth during some of the Paris riots in the banlieue, in the suburbs of Paris, where they are protesting against living conditions and lack of prospect for a future career. Big events going on in cities also outside of Europe. This is Ground Zero, taken some years ago, 2011. Where they are reconstructing, building up again. And then we have Gaza, a huge sort of urban place, which is constantly under war condition, more or less. And then this is Syria. This is what's happening in Syrian cities today. This is a major suicide bomb detonating. And what comes out of it is, of course, about people. It's about people's lives. And it's something which has a huge impact for us. The destructive transformation of the cities in the south will inevitably transform the social and cultural fabric of our cities further north. People are coming because they need to come, and that will have a huge impact on how we live our lives in this part of the world. This map is called Routes to a Better Life. I've forgotten where I picked it from, but I mean, it just shows, interestingly enough, it compares to older maps or maps about immigration periods where people migrated into Europe in history at the end of the Roman Empire or in the beginning of the Neolithic Stone Age. This is just interesting to look at. It's fascinating to see these routes re-emerging and people coming into Europe. But of course, globalization in big history has always had an impact on local urban communities. This is mirrored in Barcelona neighborhood. Ciutat del Born was excavated some years ago, and they managed to go into details of analyzing each household, and there they found the traces of the trade with the Spanish Empire that conducted with both the Asiatic part of the empire and the American part of the empire. Deeply fascinating insights into how everyday life was transformed by the globalization at that time. Urban communities, they're both vulnerable and resilient. And in our dreams and visions, we often think of how they will look when they collapse. This is from an American film some years ago, which depicted architects imagining, being able to imagine and dream up new architecture, new urban landscapes, and then they collapsed afterwards. Quite a fantastic and fascinating film. Yeah, but of course we do have cities also that are more vulnerable than resilient. This is an Armenian big city, now completely ruined, not by the Turks, but by abandonment sometime back in the 15th century. And it used to be, let's say, an important trade post on the Silk Route, or one of the Silk Routes, would you rather say. Now it's abandoned. But that's one of the cities that did not bounce back, so to speak. But other urban communities have been able to bounce back. A mega city like Rome, that held at the peak of the Roman Empire, there were 1 million inhabitants there. That was reduced to a mere 30,000 back in the medieval age. But Rome came back as a powerhouse, as a power center for the Catholic Church, and today, of course, for the Italian state. Another resilient society community is Istanbul, that has been the seat of empires from very far ago. The Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, and then the Ottoman Empire until 1922. So this is really a fascinating place, and it is the biggest and fastest growing city in Europe now. People tend to forget that Istanbul is actually in Europe because it's Muslim. We tend to be able to ignore somehow that Istanbul is in fact Europe's fastest growing city. So some places collapse, others remain. This is from far beyond Europe. This is from a town, in a small old town outside of Dhaka, Bangladesh. It used to be a very important textile and trading center, an administrative center. It was a textile center until the British Empire came in and cut the thumbs off the weavers, because they were really sort of specialized in weaving this Muslim fabric that they were famous for, but the Brits wanted to take that production over by themselves, so they had to cut the thumbs of the producers in order to take them out of the market. So that's, in fact, it's here you can find some of the impact of the growth of the English textile producing centers during the 18th and 19th centuries. Slum is a fascinating part of understanding what cities are. All European cities in the industrialized part of Europe have been through a period of slum. During the early growth of the industrial cities, people migrated into the towns, and the towns were typically not able to reproduce by their own birth rate. They could only reproduce and grow through constant immigration, because the living conditions were so miserable and poor that people died in huge numbers. But by influx of more people from the countryside, they kept growing. This is the case with a place like Dhaka in Bangladesh. People come there, we think they live in awful conditions. They do, but the conditions in the countryside are even worse. And that goes for many of the mega cities out in the world outside of the rich and privileged part of it where we live. People are incredibly creative and industrious in these cities. We had a project, my institute had a project in Bangladesh, in Dhaka, some years ago. We needed some equipment to be constructed. We couldn't sort of buy it in the market, but we made drawings of what we wanted it to be like, and we went out into the slum, and there were small sweatshops that were able to do it for us, amazingly. Smart people. But we could ask, why do historic city centers become abundant by high-income groups? Because that's what happens to many of these places that turn slum. It's not that people move out of them, but many more people move in than those that moved out. But those who move out are the high-income groups. Sometimes it is simply because people with high income, they want somewhere else to live, to enjoy more comfort, less traffic congestion, and perhaps better protection against criminality and social unrest. So they move out. Or there's ethnic cleansing. People might flee because of war, as happens in Syria now, where it's only those people who have fewest options, fewest resources, who remain in, for instance, Aleppo. The others, they have already left. It might be systematic ethnic cleansing. This is again in Bangladesh, where after the division of British India into Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India, Muslims and Hindus expelled each other from the territories. So this is an abandoned city, now not abandoned by people, but abandoned by the original inhabitants. Instead, we have squatters living in what used to be rich merchants' palaces. In the Middle East and North Africa, we have seen people in the later years protesting and rioting against the lack of possibilities to build their future. Young people with no job, no future. Unfortunately, as we have seen, the success has been limited. Only Tunis seems to be on a road that might bring them some sort of success, but in other places, as Syria, it has blatantly failed. In Egypt as well, we are back to the situation before. But what role could cultural heritage play in historic city centers as assets for revitalization? We can ask, if we go into using cultural heritage as an asset, can we then preserve proportions and potentials for a sustainable civil society? Or will it be so that when the tourists move in, then the original population moves out because things become too expensive for them? So one could say that the historic values of, for instance, the ancient urban cores of the Medinas in North Africa and the Middle East, they constitute both a potential for tourism and income, but also a danger to social sustainability because people, the original population, may not benefit from tourism. If it's large-scale tourism, it will end up sort of destroying their livelihood and they'll be forced to move out. And other people will benefit and earn the money from the tourism business. So if one optimizes the tourism potential, just focusing on attracting and also to attract wealthy residents, it will erode the fundament for a socially diversified local community. And this is very important to bear in mind when we talk about favoring development of historic city centers as an asset for attracting tourists and residents. And we all know the potentially devastating impact that such heritage-based tourism can have on a city as a living community of citizens and even as material substance, as it happens with Venice. This is really perverted development, and it's deeply tragic. And what has happened is that ground prices, property prices, has increased so violently in Venice that ordinary people can not live there anymore. That's many years ago, and ordinary shops cannot exist there anymore because you cannot earn enough money by selling milk and bread and olives and wine to ordinary citizens. You can only pay the rent of the shop by selling trash to tourists, overpriced t-shirts and caps and other stuff. So that kills the civic society. So what people come to see there is a historic city that has ceased to be a city. And that's deeply ironical. But of course, we can have other sort of unhealthy effects, damaging on the identity of a historic place, driven by financial large-scale development, such as we see it in London. There's a tower in London with one of the real big towers today in the background. Amsterdam, I think, is a better case. There they have been able to, through a very diverse housing scheme, with social housing, but also with gentrification of part of the old fabric, they've been able to uphold really civil society there. Lots of tourists coming to Amsterdam, but a lot of students, a lot of ordinary people live and work there. This is really, I think, a true success story. So, can cultural heritage empower the citizens of a local community? And I think, yes, it can, but only if a local community is among the priorities and are integrated and involved in all stages and aspects of a rehabilitation project. This is the World Heritage Site of Breros, a former mining town. It's been a mining town for hundreds of years, but in around 1970, it closed down the mine, the copper mine, and what then? Then they decided they should live from the history, and they have actually been able to do it, and they have been able to keep the town viable and inhabited by local residents. But it is a constant dialogue, it is a constant discussion. How do we balance between the needs of a contemporary urban society and the need to sort of keep a recognizable historical structure there? But urban development, the history under people's feet, is very much an asset for civic involvement. We're now conducting an excavation in Trondheim, where I just came down from, a bit slower than I thought of yesterday. There we have, my institute has a huge excavation at the central square, where we are finding the what used to be the urban fringe of the medieval city, and it was then developed after a major town fire. It was redeveloped into what should be the central square in place of the new city, the new Baroque city. What really happened was that it never worked out like that. Urban planners might be able to draw fine lines on the map, but they do not always succeed. And this is a very interesting case to look into archaeologically and from an urban historic point of view, because it will inform us about why didn't it happen as the planners had thought it would? Why did they fail to actually develop this place into the new central square of the town? It only became that many centuries after. I'll go to something slightly different, because urban heritage is also, of course, about marking identities. What we see often in cultural heritage in the towns, the cities, is re-editing, a way of sort of making up scenography that has to emphasize a particular part of history of that particular city, excluding some part of its history and favoring other parts of its history. So how can one do that? If we are in a land where we have only, in a town where we have triangles and circles, just to make it simple, as simple for identities, we can draw a line between them, take part of it out, and then we can start editing the map, editing the landscape, and take the markers out, and then we will end up with something which can be proven to be different identities, which often leads to conflict. So that's what can happen when we edit or re-edit the landscape of the history of the historic city. It has happened in Yugoslavia. It happens in Syria today, with IS being very active doing these things, and we have seen it elsewhere also. We've seen it in during the Second World War, where there was a German plan, the Pabst plan, for re-editing Warsaw, so that Warsaw should become a Germanic local, minor local center, and everything Polish should be eradicated. They were carefully mapping which buildings would be able to pass as Germanic buildings, or German buildings, and which were too Polish in character, so they had to go. They used that Pabst plan when eventually they had to evacuate Warsaw, to destroy it completely. We've done it abroad as well, Europeans, in Peru, Cusco. What you see in the bottom is the old sun temple of the Incas. On top of that is Santo Domingo monastery, built in order to re-edit the expression of identity in that city. When we discuss how history should look in the city, this is Berlin as an example, we have to balance between forgetting and obliterating things, and on the other hand, overloading them. And on the right-hand side, you see Checkpoint Charlie. That has been really sort of, in my opinion, overloaded. There's much too much sort of commercial noise there. It was a very sort of sinister place in many ways. It was a very dark place, and now it's just become a show where you can have taken photos with people who present themselves as Soviet or East German guards or American border guards. I think that's an overload. On the left-hand side, you have the opposite. You have the obliteration of the Palast der Republik, which was an East German sort of monumental house. You could discuss how wonderful and beautiful it was, but it was taken out. And now they are rebuilding the Schloss Berlin instead, which is something it has been very much discussed. Is that really fair to take out everything East German and just then recreate something which was really gone for many, many years, like the Schloss Berlin? Then there's a more sort of subtle presence of the past. at the former station, S-Bahn-Station Potsdamer Platz. They have taken one of the old signposts from before the war and built it into a glass wall, behind a glass wall. There you see sort of, I think that's a very nice way of presenting history as something which is present, but it doesn't pretend to be now. It really shows itself as almost a sort of spooky image of the past. When we try to activate cultural heritage in the historic city centers as assets for revitalization, can we then preserve proportions and potentials for a sustainable civic society? In September 2010, an art gallery and its guests were attacked by an angry mob in Istanbul's Taban Quarter, and people started to think, okay, the Muslim fundamentalism is coming now. But it showed itself to be a reaction by the local population to the gentrification of their streets and their houses. They could no longer afford to stay there because people who were willing to pay a higher price, they went in and the prices went up, and the local population had to go. Heritage is more than an economic asset to tourism. And as we saw in 2013, also in Europe's greatest city, Istanbul, with the Taksim Square and Gezi Park, that Erdogan and the government wanted to change into some sort of shopping mall. There was huge demonstrations, huge manifestations against the destruction of the park, which is a very popular place for people from Istanbul to be. The Taksim Square is a very important place also for political manifestations. So there was a huge rise, as you may remember. People were really sort of active there to protect their heritage. You even see this man dancing with a gas mask to expose what happened when the police went in, but also using the immaterial to show how to remind of a traditional Turkish part of culture, the dervish dance, and I think that's a very beautiful picture that illustrates what is happening. How do we cope with the country in the past as an asset for the future? The picture on the left side is from Dubrovnik, and there you have the cistern, the fountain, where people used to come for water. And such places, of course, are important for the not only water, but also information. This is a gossip place. So today, when people come there, they come to take a look, but they do not come structuring element in the way the town worked. Today, it is not like that anymore. But could you think of something else that one could use? That in fact you could say fulfill some of the same role, because by having free Wi-Fi on a place that used to be a central place for exchanging information like that, then you would actually reintroduce the same function but translate it into the 21st century functionalities. And I think that's how we have to think about authenticity, not necessarily as material, physical, functional authenticity. Slum. Back to the slum. It is important to see that the slum provides potential for those who didn't have any potential where they came from, and to see it as the beginning of a new life. Slum is a very hard place with much suffering, but it's also a center of amazing creativity. So projects for upgrading of historic urban centers must understand and unleash this potential, not just trying to move people from the the historic center, out into new concrete bidonville outside of the center. So rehabilitation of slum and ancient urban cores have a vicious and a virtuous circle they can enter into. It always starts with upper strata moving out, and social degradation, loss of diversity, only poor people remain, and we have slum. Then we can have rehabilitation guided by outside capital investment only, and gentrification and or mass tourism. And then we will have social cleansing, new ghetto slum, and radicalization even, as we saw in Syria before the war, because the original population has moved out and into new areas that become slum. Or we can have the other way, trying to break that cycle, the upper strata moving out, social degradation and slum. But then rehabilitation guided by involvement of local stakeholders. What do they hold of potential? What can they do? How can they develop a livelihood, a business based on their resources? How can we create local value for people without moving them out? And then we can have upper strata moving in again, but not exclusively, but just partly as an Amsterdam. And then we can have social regeneration happening. So cultural heritage as an urban resource, it is a resource for civic society. It contains local knowledge on cultural heritage, as that one which has now been lost in Venice because people who know about the buildings do not live in Venice anymore. We can have small-scale enterprises that actually work with traditional craftsmanship to maintain the buildings, the structures. We can have sustainable small-scale tourism where people actually stay in hotels and not on cruise boats. We can have social diversity and multiple identities cohabiting with one another. We can have focus on local economic payoff and dialogue between the different interested stakeholders and identities. What can we learn from the ancient cities? First of all, they're densely knitted urban fabrics in the pre-industrial times, and they may offer models with qualities that can be mimicked, not copied, but mimicked on a principal level in the green smart city of the 21st century, which is supposed to be a compact city. We can also use them to understand the making and breaking of cities in the past. What makes a great city, what makes it last, and what can make it break. Also, it can help us understanding the management of diversity, cultural and ethnic diversity, as we will see increasing in our cities. How do we work with that? And then, on a physical plan, the principle of using and reusing material and the experience with passive temperature regulation that can translate into contemporary architecture, not by being copied, but learning from the principles of how one does that. The quality of variation in the architecture of the past can inspire contemporary architecture. And then, I think one very important point is that we who work with cultural heritage are very often very keen on keeping everything as it was, as we want to think it was. I think it's a great mistake. Always in the past, buildings have been adapted to new uses, they've been upgraded and changed, and we should not be afraid of doing that. As long as we are able to keep, let's say, the traces of the past, we should not be afraid of adding the traces of our own time. History is not something which has stopped, it's something that is going on, and we should not be afraid to contribute to it. When we think of these things, I'm not a Catholic, I should say. We're not the only one who are thinking about European identity and the identity of our cities. The Pope was recently in Europe, in the European Parliament, 1.5 years ago. He talked to them, and he emphasized that the crisis in Europe is not only economic and material; it goes far deeper. His main message was that we seem to have lost our sense of direction, and it does seem that we haven't found it yet when we look at how we handle the refugee crisis. In the EU Commission, there is a clear expectation that cultural heritage should help find a way towards a new dynamism, and the historic cities are vital to this. The Commission has emphasized that they do not want to see cultural heritage being used as a means of transforming Europe into a theme park, a historic theme park. It shall be used to inspire solutions that are sort of oriented towards the future. Of course, we should be happy to receive tourists, but we cannot live from tourists. That would be destructive to our communities. So we have to use it in a more creative way, not just to show it, but actually to live it, to take the past with us into the way we develop our solution for the future. That is the idea of the Commission, and that might not respond to all the paper the book was concerned about, but at least it does give some sort of answer. I think it's just a wonderful picture. I couldn't help showing it. So, I just want to show you this picture again because I like it so much, and then I want to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for this presentation. It has been a sort of theme park, but it was also an inspiration. Thank you very much. So, I would ask you whether you do have comments or whether you want to know more about some details or fundamental positions which we show. Please.
I have a question because in this topic there's also an issue of management, participatory management. I would like to ask, how do you perceive the participation in management of these local communities? How they could manage, could take part in this management of this heritage?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it all depends on where you are in the world, but it's very much about using planning systems and using interview systems with the local inhabitants to find out, to present them with different options, to listen to what do they want, and then present them with different solutions and have them discussed in public meetings where you actually have a hearing with the local population and ask them to add ideas and comments to what you have proposed.
So public debates and...
Debates, awareness raising, and mobilization of people with resources and knowledge. Because if you just sort of come in as planner or as antiquarians with all your ideas, you might miss important information.
Please.
I have two questions. And the first would concern the virtues cycle of management. And I would ask you from your experience or your opinion, if there could be ways to prevent reaching the green points and then regressing into the vicious circle. Because, could you please go on the next one? You have the social regeneration, but then it's very easy to go again into the vicious circle. So, according to your experience, are there any measures or ways that one can prevent a regenerated society to get into the vicious circle again, of getting out the people of lower income and lower capacity and giving very high real estate prices, etc.?
I think one way of doing it, sort of very practical way, is to make a condition that people who buy property should live there. It should be people who want to live in a place, because then you will avoid that it's being bought up by people who just want to sort of earn money on it. So property should, in the historic city centre, should be sold to people who want to live there, or want to sort of build an enterprise there. But it should be local. That's part of it, because once you open up for investment for people who are not locals, who don't want to be locals, then you will have the prices climbing. Yes?
But if, for example, you own a house at the First Bezirk in Vienna, which is the historical center, you own the house, yes, and you want to sell it, and many bidders come, and of course you want to sell your house to the highest bidder, who wants to live in it, or to have it as a vacation house. or even to have his company situated there. How can you prevent this vicious circle that leads up to the capital coming into
I understand.
cities,
Yeah.
while getting out all the other people?
Yeah, I understand very, very well. I think the only way you can do that is by having a public-private partnership here. I mean, you need to have the public sort of bodies involved in financing housing schemes, because of course you cannot expect a private owner to take a loss. So there has to be a mechanism, a financial mechanism that helps buying up property that people want to sell, so that you can then turn it into something which becomes on the local market only. So that's necessary. That's what they did in Amsterdam. And I think that was a very, very clever way of doing it.
Could you please explain this, how they did in Amsterdam? Because this was the interesting example. Yeah. For example, this problem which was raised by Maria.
Yeah. I forgot what it's called, what the institutions were called, but after the Second World War, they were in a situation where Amsterdam was really very poor and very run down. And there was thought about completely redeveloping or abandoning it. But then they thought, no, we shouldn't do that. So what they did was they made a grand plan where part of the houses, considered part of the houses, were bought by social housing schemes by the municipality and supported by the state, and then offered as social housing for ordinary people, so that teachers, workers, shopkeepers, and so on could stay on living in the center of the city, and students and so on. So that gave it sort of, that made it possible for ordinary people to live and work there, which is an important precondition for having an ordinary civic life. And then they also said that other buildings, they can be developed into sort of homes for rich people. So they really took care of having this mix of upper class housing and houses for ordinary people, and hotels for tourists and so on and so forth. So it cannot be done by the private market only. It can only be done with an active sort of public investment policy and housing scheme. That's how they did it in Amsterdam.
Please. Yes, Maria. You answer. Yes, please.
Okay, but this could work, I think, I would suppose, in rich Western states, powerful economic states, because Amsterdam is also a creative city. According to your global experience and the beautiful things you presented, do you think that such a scheme would be possible in other parts of the world and in financially weaker states?
I think it will be possible, but not without help. I mean, the World Bank is interested in working with these schemes. And we have been, my institute has been working with the World Bank about plans for doing something in the Medinas in Syria. That was before the war. Now we're not talking about that right now. But if we look at, I mean, now we are going to spend billions and billions of euros on housing people who are fleeing the cities of south of Europe. If we had invested some of those money instead of in developing housing schemes, for instance, programs in those cities, Cairo, Damascus, and many other places, and help them sort of build up small-scale enterprises, everything would have been much better for them, for us, and so on. The important thing is, of course, that when you work in these countries, you have to deal with partly corrupted systems. So you have to sort of find your way around it, give a bit of money to the corruption, but make sure that most of it goes to where it should go. But if you can do that, then I think you have a chance. Because it's also about securing the stability of the places, and that's in the interest also of the corrupted elites. So, I mean, if you're a bit cynical in your way of operating, but with an idealistic purpose, you might be able to do something that is much better than what's happening now. I think we should not give up doing these things after the war stopped.
Thank you very much. I think we should continue the discussion at the coffee break, because afterwards there is no coffee anymore. So we have to do the coffee break now. Thank you very much. And then we will come back for the last 3 presentations on performing. Thank you. In 15 minutes. 20 minutes. Oh. It's a small coffee. Espresso. Yes. That's just talk about the gym.
No. In the beginning, yes.
Yeah.
Already put your information on this. You have 2 possibilities. You can take this one or just here. You want to take this one?
Like that?
Or no, that's not that. No, that's this one. Yeah.
Just wanted to see the. Where is the last line?
With whom?
That this one. Okay. I don't know. No, not mine. This one, which was just open. Where is it?
We have closed it.
I would like to see the time. That one.
But
Was it breaking or was it?
no, this is
I was saying.
no, that's not right.
The last person.
No, this has been mine.
You
Lights on.
okay, please.
Recover
of the
I
will push it here.
Can't you take your one?
Because I have to go for.
Can't you take your
I am fine
presentation?
with me. I am interested in the previous lecture one.
Just the information of it. Okay. Yeah. Paludan Willow. So perhaps we go back. I see.
What do you mean? Back.
To the presentation on the top there. Yes.
I don't know where it is.
So, yeah, introduction. Yeah.
What is the topic?
You read its heritage. So he has taken it directly from his memory stick, perhaps.
Where is the coffee tray? It's the same?
The same place, yeah.
I was sleeping. Can we skip my presentation? fatto e possono ci cazzo non
Does it work?
Okay. So you are defining what you want to do, but it has been founded by the state.
Yeah, well, they're not really only defining what we want to do, because we have to do what they want to buy from us.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
So we have to sort of
I'll bet the biggest time is the waiting staff. Okay. So we will not start with your presentation, you know?
No.
No, because we have it on.
What we started?
Yeah, it's yours. Yeah, in the program. Yes, it's in the program. Yeah, Veronica. You will.
Got three presentations.
Yeah, no, three. Yeah, three presentations.
Thomas, we got three. So.
No, you got. Oh, great.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't remember. Yeah, I know. So there are only three presentations, and they are facing somewhere a same topic. And we were very glad when we have gone through the papers, because dealing on management and dealing on cultural management is not only the question of legal status and of thinking about deeper senses, it's also the question of performing and how to treat these questions. And therefore we have now three other presentations who will deal with the performance of cultural heritage management. And when I first read the paper of Veronika Pokojska, I thought, oh, what a strange thing. But then I read it again and I thought, oh, she should present. And now I want to thank you for presenting this presentation, and let's begin.
Okay. So as you see, my presentation is going to be about Iceland and especially about Icelandic museums. So the subject is strange because it's about Iceland and we don't really know a lot about Iceland normally. And the other strange thing is, well, the museum situation, the museum landscape in Iceland, which is quite specific, I would say. As a short introduction, I would just like to say a few words about my research, which I did last year, 2014, at Háskólinn á Bifröst, that's a university in Iceland. I spent there 3 months working on Icelandic museums, and I asked different questions about what kind of image is being presented of the country in the museums, and what story about Iceland the museums tell us about in their exhibitions. Well, I took into consideration, of course, different aspects, of course, the heritage management aspect, how to deal with mainly intangible heritage, because the Icelandic heritage is mainly intangible. And also I took into consideration the tourism aspect, because tourism is one of the main sectors in Iceland. And if you think about that, for 2016, it is expected that 600,000 tourists will come only during the 3 summer months to Iceland, and this is twice as many inhabitants Iceland has. This shows how big the problem of tourism and managing tourism is in Iceland. As a basis for the whole analysis, I used something which is called the Icelandic Trinity. This means that the Icelandic identity is based on 3 aspects: the land, the nation, and the language. You may say that these 3 aspects are actually specific for all other nations or countries. This is a longer story, but believe me, in Iceland, these 3 things are linked much more deeply than they are, for example, I don't know, in Germany or in Poland. So this was an aspect which I used when I went to every museum. I checked how these 3 aspects are being presented in the exhibitions. Well, of course, I conducted different interviews with people from other universities in Iceland, with people working in the museum sector, with the museum council, with the ministry, and in total during the 3 months I visited over 20 museums in Iceland. You see on the map different cities. Well, what is also typical in Iceland, the cities are only next to the coast, so that's why they are all like around the island and none in the middle of it. Where in this research the problem began? It began with the new Icelandic cultural policy, which has been introduced in the official paper in 2013. Of course, the whole process was started at the beginning of the century, but like the final paper was presented 2 years ago. What is so important about that document? It changed a bit the way of how people think about culture, and I'd say the role of the culture is underlined there, how important it is for the whole country and the different aspects of the country. First of all, in this policy, the government encouraged individuals, organizations, institutions, but also companies to be more active in the cultural sector, to be more creative, and creativity is like the basis for the whole document. This means that they encouraged, for example, people to start some new grassroots activities, to be more active in the cultural sector. The whole creative industries like really started working after that. The other thing is that in this document it was very often underlined that culture is not only about the things we already know, like identity and entertainment and so on, but it's also one of the most important sectors when it comes to income and economy and the financial situation of the state. And of course, in terms of tourism. These were the main, how to say, changes in this document. What is also quite visible is the reduced role of the government. So less power to the government, more power to the people, more to those grassroots activities. This meant, for example, that even such institutions like the National Museum in Reykjavik had to somehow find a new idea for itself, to rethink its own concept, because the role of the government was, like I told, reduced. So even such institutions were asked to be more creative and to be more how to say, modern, to be more open, and to encourage people to come there and to find new solutions to make people visit them. And so another aspect underlined in this document was the cooperation of those different organizations, the different companies, that everything should work a bit better. This cooperation, actually, you can see that it works quite well. For example, during the Festival of the Sea in Reykjavik, the fishing companies provided those boxes filled with ice and fish. This is a very simple action, but it shows a lot about the local culture. It was played a big role from the education point of view, because you could see what kind of animals live there, what do we eat every day, but we don't know how it looks like. You could touch the fish, play with it, whatever you wanted, if someone was brave enough. And the Icelandic children, they were, totally playing with those things. The tourists were more skeptical, just taking pictures. But, the fishing industry is very important for the Icelandic society, so this everything was linked. And another example of the cooperation between companies and the cultural sector is, for example, the Viking Maritime Museum, also in Reykjavik. It's a very new museum. And this was, it is supported by the Eimskip company, which is one of the biggest logistic and transport company in Iceland and in Scandinavia, as far as I know. So they also helped the museum to be designed, to be built, and they supported it. So this whole cultural policy basing on creativity works actually quite well, and it works too good in the museum department of culture. Why I say too good? Because in 2014, the Museum Guide of Iceland was writing about that in Iceland we have 162 museums. This is a really huge amount when you consider the amount of inhabitants and the amount of cities, because we have only one big city, only one agglomeration, a few cities inhabited maybe by 2,000, 5,000 inhabitants, and all the others are just villages from our point of view. Many of those museums are, well, the effect of such grassroots activities. These are private museums, for example. Someone was a fisherman, has a lot of, or his whole family was a fisher family. They have a lot of different artifacts, so they decided to take the chance and put into their shed, for example, all the things they collected from the fishing industry, and this is a museum now. Also, there are some examples of museums where the whole community organized something like some place like that. This is quite similar to the examples from Greece, which we heard yesterday. Such an example is the Wartime Museum in Reyðarfjörður. You can think about what was happening during the Second World War in Iceland. Well, yes, there was something happening there. And the people in the city of Reyðarfjörður, this is in the East Fjords, the city, about, I don't know, 1,500 inhabitants, collected different things they had at home from that time, and they organized the museum by themselves. This means also that many local people are involved into these museums. Often you can go to such a place and somebody working in the field comes, oh, I'm the owner, I will show you, and they are the owners and the guides and the organizers of these museums. So the cultural policy works really good. Like I mentioned, in the museum landscape, even too good, because we have 162 museums, but not all of them are, of course, approved museums by the Museum Council. So when I started my research, I just mentioned, I'm researching museums, but then my supervisor in Iceland asked me to focus more on the definition of the ICOM definition, which we all are used to it, that this is the point where we start talking about museums. And then it came out that it doesn't work in Iceland. That this definition, you can actually forget it. It doesn't fit to the reality. Of course, the accredited museums, the ones approved by the Museum Council, they fit to this guidelines, to the basic guidelines. But when you see other museums, all those local museums, basing on this immense creativity in the country, they don't fit into these guidelines anymore. and this causes a big chaos in names, in subjects, and in statistics. For example, when you try to look for statistics on internet pages by the government and so on, there's even no option of only museums. There's only museums and related activities, because it is so hard to define what is a museum and what is not a museum, because nobody knows how to divide these things anymore. So starting with the subject, like I told, the creativity caused that the people invented different types of museums. We have the Saga Museum, Reykjavik, of course, the National Museum, the Maritime Museum, which I mentioned, quite a few settlement museums or centers or exhibitions, which is connected with the quite brave history of the people coming to Iceland. We have the Wartime Museum, we have the Shark Museum. Actually, I found out recently that there are a few shark museums. They're not really about the animal, like biological point of view, but more about producing, for example, how this rotten shark, which is so traditional in the Icelandic cuisine, how the people hunted for sharks and things like that. Then we have the Icelandic Sorcery and Witchcraft Museum, which is also quite an interesting place. It's in the West Fjord, totally remote area. But even there is a spot where you can go, so I highly recommend going to that museum. We have also Skoga, which is next to the main street, so it's a very popular tourist place. The Museum of Transport and Communication, which is also quite interesting to go there, because until the 1940s there were nearly no roads in Iceland, and there was no personal transport in this sense as we understand it, but still they have such a museum. Of course, there's the famous Icelandic Philological Museum, and a few different art museums, and also the latest one of the latest, the Eldheimer on Heimaey, which is a museum built around houses which were destroyed during the volcano eruption in the 1970s. So this is an interesting place to go, because this is a museum memorizing the surviving of such a situation, of the crisis. It's not a sad museum, it's a very positive place. So this is also quite interesting in terms of places of memory and such aspects. So just showing you a few examples how the problems with the definitions work like. Because I mentioned that there are different subjects, but as you also realize, these institutions have different names. They are called museums, exhibitions, centers, or related activities, whatever. As an example, the Saga Museum. We hear museum, so we think that this is a place where we get real information, or it's, how to say, scientifically somehow correct. It has some kind of background. Okay, but the first problem starts how to show intangible heritage. This is like a problem which every country has. In this case, the solution was to make a wax cabinet. If this is a good solution, I'm not pretty sure about that, but they decided to make something like that. Then there's another problem, how to, if this can be called a museum, if we don't have any artifacts or no proof for the truth, if this story was really like that. Icelandic history is mostly about storytelling, about the sagas, which are treated as history. But as we know, in storytelling and in sagas, there's also a lot of, how to say, exaggeration, making things look more better, more passionate, bigger emotions, and so on. So we cannot be sure if this is like really the true history. But it's called the museum. But again, is it a museum? They treat it as their history, so maybe it is a museum. But in terms of the guidelines and all the aspects we know and to which we are used to, it's not a museum. Another thing is the settlement exhibition in Reykjavik, which is one of the most scientific institutions I've visited during my stay, because they have like the place where the excavations were done, and this is like the place where you can meet the real history. And the problem is it's called an exhibition. If it's not enough to be a museum, I don't know. There's a digital exhibition telling about this settlement itself. But this seems to be more important than the excavations itself, which is quite strange because in Iceland they don't have many excavation places, they don't have many material heritage, so you could expect that this is the place where everything will be focused on these excavations, but it's not. It's more about the digital history presented on the walls. And the final example is, of course, the Philological Museum, which is quite well described in literature, but it's the strange place ever when it comes to terms of museums. Because at the first sight it looks like a natural history museum. Yes, we have all the glass boxes, the glass jars, where the male organs are presented, so it looks really professional, it looks like it has a scientific basis in the back of it. Even all the artifacts presented there have their Latin names, so it looks, like I mentioned, really correct. But when you start reading this, these descriptions or looking closer to the different artifacts, you get confused, because after a while you can't be sure what is real, what is fake, what is the idea of just the organizing of the owner, what was his creativity and all of that. It's a strange place because he also invented his own science, which he uses in this museum, the science of philology, which doesn't exist any place else. So this gives the museum even the more scientific flair. But like I mentioned, there are some artifacts there where we were a bit confused if they are real or not real. In the museum, they are presented as real, but then I found in some books that they are fake, and that the owner says that they are fake. But he says that to the scientists working on museums and so on, but not to the visitors coming there. So, well, I think it's not really okay, but that's his idea. Yesterday I was asked if I were going to tell something about the elves. So this is also the moment for the elves, because there is a department in this museum devoted to fantasy creatures. Because the idea of the owner was to present the male members of all living creatures on Iceland. And as we know, these are not only animals, these are also humans, so there is also a human male guy represented in this museum, but also all the fantasy creatures, the so-called hoodoo folk, so the hidden people. So there is a big department in the museum devoted to the hidden people. Wonderful glass boxes with the descriptions in Latin also. How to show this? It's easy. It's hoodoo folk, it's hidden people, so you can't see them. So they are empty, but I mean, for us they're empty because, of course, everything is in these boxes. So I hope that this showed you a bit of the problems which we have, when I had analyzing or wanting to analyze museums in Iceland, because like the definition doesn't work with that what the Icelandic people treat as museums. As a conclusion, you can say that in theory there is the division between centers, museums, and exhibitions. It is the officials, they say that there is a difference, and that not everyone should be called, that every place should be called a museum. But in practice, it looks like that. We have the accredited museums, we have the museums which call themselves museums, but they are actually not real museums, and where we can get confused if something is true or not. And we have all the related activities where it's hard to define how to call it, if it's more an exhibition or a cultural center or whatever else. The culture policy, of course, itself is quite good, and I think the creativity shown in different subjects of the museums is quite a good approach towards their own heritage. But there is still the problem of authenticity and the proof of what is real and what is not. I think that this should be more, underlined. What is a real museum or what is just imagination? And of course, the subject of intangible heritage, how to show something which we are not sure how it really looks like or if it's really existing. And adding a few thoughts, I would just ask you to think about these two questions. if we have the right to interpret our own heritage in the way we want, because the Icelandic people, they treat museums not to these official guidelines, but as places where we can, where they can show their heritage in the way they treat it as their heritage, because the heritage is always a question of choice, and they choose to show these things because they are their own heritage. And they are actually also the experts in this area, so no one else can say you have to put this into a museum or that, because it's their own. And the question of, if we always have to really look on these guidelines, maybe sometimes you have to be more elastic and take the point of view of the group of people or the society you are working on. And also I would like to add a third question, because Professor Knuven asked yesterday if it always has to be a museum. And according to this subject, I also asked myself this question, maybe because of the fact that it's such a fragile and such a quite difficult heritage or strange heritage, maybe there are other ways to present it or to keep it than museums, which we expect that they have some research or some scientific background. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that made us waken up again. So, please.
Thanks for the presentation. This museum that you presented, it reminds me so much of, because we have a similar kind of museum also in Finland. It's called Blank Museum, and it's about kind of strange, twisted machines. So it's a museum of machines, and there is a paranormal gun and something like that. So it's a crazy museum, and it was interesting. Some years ago, I went there to the museum with some exchange students, and I didn't mention to them that this is a fictional museum, or the story is fictional. And they were really, really confused what is happening, because it looks like a kind of normal museum with all the tables and pictures, but everything is fake. And I think it's important in this, because there is, of course, there is a serious message also behind these kind of museums, and you just have to read between the lines that what is the actual meaning of this thing, this kind of museum. And I think, well, obviously, it is a kind of way to challenge the whole idea of museum and to present these things, because it looks like a museum, but it's really, it's nothing. It's this postmodern way to kind of introduce these kind of things, and so at the same time it gives kind of a resemblance of a museum and the whole discourse around the museum. But at the same time, when you read between the lines, you can understand something about the nature of the nation that are built in that. And it looks like this museum that you presented with the Iceland. It's my impression of Iceland is that these stories, these sagas, in a sense they are real stories, because they have a very, very strong kind of mental meaning, how people in Iceland see themselves. So the stories is a way to establish a kind of national mentality or something like that. So in this sense, it doesn't make the idea is not that if these are real or not, because they are, in a sense they are real. But you have to, it is kind of inner look to the mentality of a nation. So in that sense, it's a real museum.
That's why I tried also to mention that after a while I realized that I have to put myself in the position of an Icelandic person, and to not judge if this is true or not or something like that, just to check if my 3 elements are there, and that's it. But from the person outside of that society, it's quite difficult and quite confusing. And also, if you want to make deeper research on that, you can get totally crazy, because you get lost somehow in all the different meanings and all the different approaches to their own heritage and what is what, and if it's true or not, if it's saga, if it's storytelling. It's
It might have been an intercultural shock.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. I think it's an interesting discussion we have here. But first of all, I want to say that I've seen an exhibition on the Art Museum. It was beautiful, it was traveling to Denmark and put up an exhibition in an art museum. But it appeared to me to be very Finnish. I really enjoyed it tremendously. That humor that suddenly of absurd inventions. But I want to say about the sort of difficult categorization of what's called museums in Iceland. In my opinion, Iceland is a very literary culture, and for that reason, to have fiction sort of in a museum makes a lot of sense. But you have to know about Icelandic culture.
Yeah, that's the Icelandic point of view, let's say it like that.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to appreciate that.
Yeah.
My third point is that in my native country, Denmark, there was in many other sort of Nordic countries, there were sort of early on during the late 19th and also the 20th century, a lot of museums coming up, created by local school teachers and local enthusiasts. From the 1970s and onwards, they were professionalized. And local people were sort of gradually expelled from the right to offer their interpretation. It was all professionalized. And it created some sort of distance between the local community and their museum, because everything had to be interpreted by the academics now. And I think, in a way, what you have shown to us is you also set that kind of revolt against that monopolization by academia of the medium of museum. And I think it's healthy. The problem is, of course, that our expectations of what a museum is can still mislead us into not understanding what we actually see. But I don't see any effect. I mean, we cannot do that by monopolizing the term museum, say you're not allowed to call it a museum anymore because you're not academic. That would be wrong. I think we should rather see it as a challenge to those who are professionals to find ways of including the point of view and the sense of belonging of the local population.
Well, I totally agree with that, and I hope that this, the people will still have the freedom to make such places, because it's like their own heritage. They decide what they want, what they treat as their heritage. So I think that's a big freedom and independence also.
But because of these arguments, I think it would be better not to speak of fakes, but of fiction.
Fiction.
Yeah. For example.
Having said that, and I agree to some parts to these arguments, according to the international definition of the museum must be permanent, so it cannot depend only on one person, and also to the benefit of the society. So I don't have a problem with what content is in a museum, although, okay, the fakes should be defined as fakes, but some scientific guidelines should be kept. And one would be to offer multiple aspects of the same story. And I don't know how the Saga Museum presents the myths and sagas of the Icelandic people, but as in almost every culture, I think all the myths have different ways to be told. So my question would be, does this museum present the sagas from the different point of views? Because one thing is people's participation, and the other thing is how do they participate? Is their purpose just to deliver their own opinion? Because a museum cannot be just a subjective institution that I present to the people my own personal view. It has to be a bit more encompassing of the views that it presents to the public in order to be to the public's benefit.
So the Saga Museum, which I presented here, shows the sagas in the, how to say, most commercial way. It means it's the wax figures, and you have a headphone with a guide, and it tells you the story of the different sagas. So it's just like if you would walk into the backstage of a theater, you have like the different situations and then walk through this. And this is only a place created for tourists. So it's like the most simple version of the story, I would say like that. But for example, in Borgarnes, there's also a settlement center where the story of sagas is more interpreted as the story of settlement, which is actually connected with each other. And there you have more, well, the museum is created in a totally different way, but there you have also the aspects of history, of how people came there, like a broader aspect, not just only the storyline, who killed whom and that's it, but bigger context, like how the landscape looks like, how this influences stories and things like that. So this depends on the places, I would say.
So a last question from Alexandra, and then we continue.
I think that the discussion about what is a museum and what is not a museum is a very big discussion, and it's somehow, well, it involves many different levels of discussion. I think that in the case of Iceland, maybe there should be a distinction. I mean, the museums that are professionally recognized by the official bodies. If there is a registration system in Iceland, that's fine. If there is not a registration system in Iceland, maybe there is a local Icelandic committee of Iceland, then it is their responsibility to separate which museums they consider as professional museums. Now, personally, I think that I quite agree with I'm sorry.
You call me Carsten.
Okay. Because I think that especially in a place like Iceland, where there's been a long tradition of transference of artifacts to Denmark, and there is a very big and important story there. I mean, most of the collection, if not all of it, was of the National Museum of Iceland, was in the National Museum in Copenhagen until very recently, I think. Am I right? So there is a very, so basically what happened was that the artifacts were taken, you know, cultural heritage of an island, the movable heritage was taken to another place. So I think that, you know, if you take this pattern in mind as well, then all these rebellious, but at the same time, personal and subjective and personal interpretation of the past, the present, the future, and so forth, makes it in much more sense. It's an act of appropriation, maybe rebellious, a bit rebellious appropriation, but this rebellious reappropriation of their own past. So I think that this is an interesting, I'm saying that because as far as I understand, you're doing research on that, so maybe this whole things, you know, these things may help you in your analysis. So I think that this is something that, you know, it's a tension there, and maybe this is a kind of a reply to tension that is very deep in the understanding of culture. Just a remark, so no question.
Thank you for the remarks, and thank you for you. So we will change from the performance in the museum to the performance on theater stage. And Irena Alperite will take us to a theatrical pilgrimage.
Hello, can you hear me from the microphone?
Very good.
I would like to put you into this situation. Imagine that you have bought a ticket at the theater. You all have bought this ticket and you came to the theater. You are put on the bus and then you are recommended to close your eyes. I cannot make you to close them, but recommended to close your eyes and to listen a little bit of the text. I promise not to give you 15 minutes, but try to close your eyes, it will be easier to listen, okay? I promise not to manipulate.
Welcome to remote Vilnius. Welcome to the cemetery. Thank you that you came all the way out here to meet me. If it is not wet, lay down on the lawn, if you like. Or sit around the lawn, on the small wall. Don't go too far away. If the signal breaks, go back towards the center of the lawn until it gets better again. Take your time. Look at the grass, the trees. Here.
And for a second, I stop and continue. So this is the beginning of the show that is now branded all over Europe and abroad, and already planned in Abu Dhabi. And the author of the project was Stefan Kajeki from Germany, from Berlin, and the company is called Rimini Protocol. And they are doing this performance Remote X or Remote Berlin, Remote St. Petersburg, and some other shows all over the places. And this is a new brand which is proved to be very popular actually among some certain audiences. So my interest was to find out which audiences are more accepting this material. Let's come back to the classical drama, so it helps us to understand why it works or not works. According to the classical drama theory, there are three unities, and later on in the classical times, during Molière, this unity came back. It's unity of action. It means that the play has to have one plot. It cannot be jumping from place to place. It cannot be jumping from epoch to. It should be more or less the same. Like once upon a time, there lived a Gretchen, and Gretchen wanted to marry, and so on and so on. So one story. Then unity of place, which Shakespeare was breaking, because in Shakespeare places, as in all Renaissance dramas, all the places were different. You can be in Arabia, then you can come back, and so on. Here it should be more or less in Thebes, Syracuse, or whatever. And unity of time means that the action should take place around 34 hours, no more, so that the spectator would be comfortable with what's going on. And also, there were some technical means that helped to do this huge performance in the nature, in the countryside, because they had those masks that amplified their voices, and also the masks could create the genre, the characters, and so on. So it was a difficult, very complicated system that helped to create a real theater as the activity of life. And let's come back to the nowadays, when you need some other theater, you need some other experiences because you're tired of the fourth wall. And now this is the Rimini Protocol, which is offering you some activities in the countryside. You see the girl on the grass. As you remember from the headphones, the voice asked you to look around. So you see this girl in the cemetery, one of the most beautiful cemeteries in Vilnius. And as a rule, this project takes the best cemetery in the city when they choose the city. If I was in Helsinki a week ago, so definitely it would be the cemetery with the presidents and the other celebrities buried. And you're sitting at the cemetery, and what do you see? You see actually the natural surroundings, but the voice is telling you to do and how to, explaining how to behave and what to understand. So first is, you can see on the picture that we are going to the cemetery, and at the other, to your right, we are sitting at the cemetery. The birds are singing, and we are trying to grasp what we are asked to do. And how does it work? The headphones have a separate MP3 files put together as a program, and there are not too much explanations. I don't want to go deeper into the technological side of the show, but we did a lot of research on the show otherwise, regarding the plot, regarding the cities, and so on. So the main idea that you have to obey to the voice. When you are listening to the voice, you are suggested to do this or that. So first, I got the English version because there are two versions. There is a national version, and in every particular country there is a national version. But you can also choose every 10 days or every 20 days an English version. So I tried both. So the English version was Rachel. The voice, the female voice was Rachel, who said, hi, thanks for coming to the cemetery. My name is Rachel. So I have the full file, but you don't want to be there because you will get asleep, I think. What you see here to the right is you are asked by the voice to choose a two chance. It was Stanisław Wujek. I don't know who it was. And I was urged to see his date of birth and date of death, and in trying to imagine who he was, and so on and so on. So this is more or less existential dialogue. And the audience is really challenged because it's not just a simple tour. It's not a touristy tour. It's an existential dialogue with yourself. And in the end, when I did the research and when we got 105 responses, most of them said that it was a journey to myself. That was really interesting. And then what is the content like? Basically, it's a little bit gloomy because they chose very interesting places in the city, not posh, not touristy places. And you will see what kind of places, because you heard that the first one is the cemetery. So the author, Stefan Kaegi, wants to provoke you, and he wants to check to what extent you are able to be manipulated by the guide, by the digital guide. So here you see the horde, because the voice is calling us the horde. We are 50 people. Only 50 people are allowed into one show, and 50 headsets are distributed. And the voice here after the cemetery is asking whether you feel that you are now a big horde, or you feel that you are together. And so it's really becoming more and more provoking. It takes 2.5 hours. And after that, after this cemetery, you are asked to go to the closed hospital. Also a very gloomy picture, because you still see the wheelchairs at the walls of the hospital. You still feel the smell of medicine, but the hospital is not operating anymore, and it's a Notsapira nobleman hospital in the Antakarla district. And you see here the picture of the big mirror. You know those transportation mirrors. And you are asked to look at each other and to look at the mirror, and the voice is saying, look at your neighbor and think who will die first, who will develop a cancer, who will live longer. So it's a really provoking text. It's not a very innocent text, you know. It's a little bit provoking, right? But not to that extent that you couldn't bear that. I mean, to my opinion, if you trusted my opinion, as a person having a degree in theater studies, it has a very, very good feeling of this subtle line where you cannot go beyond that line. So this is a sad picture, because the voice says, and now stop, we are making the picture. After that, we're going to the third as a bus stop, and we are asked to do some strange things like kneeling or doing some interesting acts, or a very interesting trick was to cross the street on the green light. So you cannot understand, is it a GPS or what? How can they manage that? How can they guess? How the voice can guess that it will be a green light? So this is a technological side, and that's why I took the interview of the guy who arranged that from the side of engineering. But yes, they feel it. They have those things. There are 3 people who are guiding us, like in Ulysses. And we are really feeling like being guided. And this stop is with the burned house. And this is a really sad story, because the house is really burned and it's still there on that place. You can enter to that territory. You see the old television set, the old computer processor, and so on. And still the wallpapers. And you are asked to think, what do you think the life was like here in this house? Do you hear the voices? And so on. So still a very, very shocking scene. And then you are asked to jump on the trolleybus together. So everybody has to fit to one trolleybus, also a challenge. The arrangement to pay a ticket has been done, so you don't need to worry about the ticket. And there is an agreement with this urban metropolitan transportation system. And then I skipped a lot of pictures. I mean, I skipped all possible pictures. You are asked to wave to, when you jump off the bus after one stop. On the bus, you have to sing. You have to do a lot of things. Then you jump off the bus and you have to wave to those who are leaving, and they wave you back, which is impossible. So you see very interesting people's reaction, and then you go to tennis courts. In tennis courts, it reminds me Antonioni's blow up. Do you remember the scene with pantomime where you imaginary playing the game, and you have to do this wave that usually fans do, you know, and you have to, well, you see some players, but it's not adequate to what the voice is saying. It's absolutely imaginary. Now, finally, after long things, because we're doing a rally against something, you have to scream, you have to do a lot. Then you go to the Cathedral Square, which is a core place for Vilnius, and there you have to have a real theatrical scene, because you sit on the stairs and you're doing many strange things that Rachel orders you to do. And then Rachel disappears and Peter comes, and Peter finally brings you to the drama theater. Well, you have to go back, reverse, very strange things. And passers-by are looking at you in a very intriguing way, because they see that there is some, you know, flash mob or something happening. Yeah, and finally you are on the roof of the drama theater, where there is a smoke, and Peter says, and now it's all over, and now you will start a new life. So it's a very interesting story. And then you think that you have experienced during those 2 hours something really existential, because you have never thought before when you're going to die, when you're going to develop your cancer, who died recently, what you're going to be when you disappear, when the smoke comes, and so on. But like I said, in the Lithuanian version, there is Aiste and Juozas. In the English-speaking is Rachel and Peter. There is a difference. And then I spoke about Rimini Protocol. So now they are doing this kind of theater of terraforming in many other places. And the difference is only localities are inserted into the script, but otherwise the script is more or less the same. What else is interesting is that technologically manipulating the people, director is also very curious how, in what situations we are best manipulated. That's why I spoke with Rimantas Ribačiauskas, the manager who is responsible for this project, because this project is a part of our theater festival Sirens in English. So it's our acclaimed theater festival, and they bought this brand from there. So I think they will repeat it next season again. And it was the best-selling production of the season, actually. And why it's fun? I'm skipping a lot of interesting things because I want you to tell what the responses were, what the people told. People told that most of them, because I said 105 was 100 valid answers actually. They said that it's awesome, that it's like your inner voice, that is the only difference is that somebody else is telling you what to think and what to think about. And it was uncomfortable for the cemetery scene, and later on it was okay. And they were ready to accept the rules and were playing together. Then when we were asking how did you accepted that virtual guidance, they said that it was quite pleasant, weird in the beginning, but later on quite good to obey. Some of them said that even hypnotic, and in the beginning it was a little bit annoying, but then there is some point when you feel that you are interacting together. So it's a very interesting moment when. Then knowing that I was going to have a walk around Vilnius with headphones, I expected to have the guide. However, I never expected that the guide would make me think. The variety of different feelings came. I burst in laughter, then in tears, and sometimes felt anxiety. So the most favorite locations were hospital, because of this gloomy atmosphere and the smell of medicine. Trolleybus, because you were asked to do many interesting things. Cathedral Square as the main landmark of the city, historical or heritage or whatever you call. Theatre Roof as the artistic, is National Drama Theatre Roof as the artistic place. And the artistic content of the show was mainly accepted by the elderly. We didn't do this selection in the research. It was 10 questions, half-structured interviews, and we didn't ask for the demographic how do you say it, profiles, but we could feel that those who accepted the content of the show, they were older people, older than 40, 35, 40 and more. So they voted for the content. But the technological side of listening to the headphones was more accepted by the younger generations. But then the younger people said that they were irritated by the gloomy content because they didn't want to think about death, about sickness, and about uncomfortable things, right? And the conclusions were that, yes, the artistic content was really innovative or technologically innovative and also mainly accepted by the audience, and the experimental idea proved to be good. And also this manipulation level was quite controllable. It was possible to control and not to go too far. However, different values of the audience developed very clearly when we did the research. And also the third question refers a little bit to culture management, because since the content of the show was really virtual and technology driven, then the marketing needs were pretty simplistic. And then the Facebook account should be much more developed, although they are, it's being served by some public relations company, but it's still not at the same level as the show itself. And I would stop here, but I won't, because I still need to give you another example, which is a little bit different, also with the headsets, but a little bit different in terms of existentialism and in terms of the art and in terms of heritage. Because in the first case, there was a brand show, which was like franchise bought from German creators. Here it was rather local. It was a Lithuanian initiative. And Klaipėda is our port. It's like, imagine that it's Gdansk, right? And everything is happening near the sea. And it's put together with the dance. So everywhere where you are walking together with those people, you see the dancers expressing the feelings. And together with the narrative that goes to your ear, you also have the dynamics or the movement, and it was really thought-provoking and sometimes very touching. And I have separate package of the photos that I want to show you in the non-stop regime a little bit later if we can. Now, very briefly, the story is about 7 old churches in Klaipėda that are all gone. So actually, it's the story through invisible heritage. And all the text, again, why they need the headsets? Because everything that is told is in the headsets. It's invisible. So they are telling you the story, added by some choreography by Agnieszka. It looks a little bit like that, but I cannot tell you the whole story, except that Klaipėda is a Lithuanian name for the city, and Memel is the German. And there is a little, and then I have to say that on the right you see the grown-up dancer, and on the left you see the girls, because young girls and grown-up dancers are accompanying you everywhere together with the headsets. I would say it gives you a lot of emotion to that. And why it's Pilgrim Church? Because you pass some certain geographical points, and the voice is telling you what used to be there, and you are asked what they say here is, hello dear Pilgrim Church participant, our walk around the city will be like you are the installments of the church. You will be the open door, you will be the iron nails, you will be the altar cloths, and you are given a little benches. So every time when you need to stop, you sit on the bench and listen to the voice. You will see the benches if we have the chance to see the pictures. And the message is that unfortunately today in Klaipėda we have everything lost, and we have only memories and archives, nothing else. And the story is created from rather virtual things. So the stops are given here, but I don't know if it's important to you to hear that, for instance, the name of Memel comes from German, something like, they are saying it's from German Mommel, which means white water lily. And those water lilies, they were blooming up to the World War II, and then they stopped blossoming. And Lithuanian is a little bit different name. So, well, more stops here. Very interesting story with the sick girl, which was called Gaga. It's the girl who is standing on the windowsill and always giggling, and the story is that one day the girl disappeared. So this is how they create this narrative, and in the end, probably I should say that dancers leave us to the end, and the end is the market square. And on those stalls where they sell vegetables in the morning, they finish their dance. And then the voice says that, and do you know that on this place, lots of inhabitants were buried. So we are dancing on the bodies of the buried people. So basically, this is my presentation, but while we have a discussion, I wanted to show you the pictures in the code of, how do you say that? Code of, sorry, open as, oh, I found it. And now it can go. You can just watch them. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for the initiative to present here, and now for the presentation as well.
Thank you.
Have you had similar experiences, theater and cultural heritage management like this? Never?
With headphones or without?
Yeah, going through a town with headphones and a theater piece, or yes, just an audio walk. Yeah.
We've been working with students with video books. So students make stories, and using tablets or their mobile phones, we go around the city of Pitilini. This is what we have done so far, with performances happening in different parts of the city according to what the building is. And they are mostly interpretations of what is going on. Not that gloomy, we don't visit the cemetery. We visit a few churches, but we stay on the more narrative parts of the story. This is one thing. The other thing that in Greece quite a lot, it's happening quite a lot in Thessaloniki at the moment, is live performance tours. So not with dancers, but with actors and actresses. This kind of thing has a name. I'm not sure how to call it, but it's when the actor provokes the audience to respond, to take position as well. I'm not sure it's participatory.
Phantom? The German expression phantom from Birds and Vice?
Yeah, I think so, yes. The tours are thematic, which means that they take one particular aspect, and usually a difficult history aspect of the city. Thessaloniki, for example, has a very strong, had a very strong community, Jewish community before the war. So there are very strong Jewish memories in the city, and most of the people didn't come back after the war. So there are it stops in certain parts of the city where the memories have not visible traces, have not left visible traces, and there are interactions with the theater, with the actors, and the audience in these places, but also other kinds of difficult history that relate to interpretation of more recent past sometimes, or for example, another favorite subject is the Civil War. Again, a very difficult part for Greece, not often discussed in public. So one of the tours focuses on civil war history and so forth.
Now, can I just ask, what about the Ottoman past? And
you mean the ancient kind of stuff?
no, I mean until the Second World War, there was. I mean, Thessaloniki was Salonika in Turkish times.
Yeah. The Ottoman past is one aspect. I mean, the story usually starts from the Byzantine period. So there are tours regarding this, as you know, Thessaloniki has a very prominent and very obvious Byzantine monuments. So there are tours around the Byzantine past, starting from St. Demetrius, which is the main cathedral of the city, church, and they go down with focusing on the Byzantine period. Then there are tours about the Ottoman period and the Ottoman remains period, mostly the baths and
the Hammam and the house of Ataturk.
Ataturk, exactly, and various other sites. Bezisten,
so you have the diversity.
So yeah, there is a large diversity, covering especially what is considered difficult.
Yeah, inconvenient stories.
Exactly, inconvenient stories.
It's just there is a division between artificial stories and real stories. So one of the ideas was to use this principle for the Vilnius Jewish Museum, to use the real stories, to go to the ghetto and have real stories. But the other part is the cooperative, where it's a totally artistic, imaginary thing, because nothing has been left, because it's a different nationality living in the city now. Because it used to be totally German city, and it's all gone after the war, so it's changed.
But also this artistic approach was confronted with the real history of the lost churches.
Oh yes,
so
yes,
there was this.
They're using the scientific proof,
the
text, the real text from the museum, and not really imaginary.
Other comments?
Yeah, well, it just reminds me also of a slightly related project. This was not about fiction, but was exactly reintroducing the original inhabitants into Berlin's Jewish quarter in the Weinberg film, where there was an American photographer who took old photos from the streets, taken from the streets back in the 20th century and so on, and then he projected them on the present day walls, so that you saw small Jewish kids sitting on a staircase. They were gone, but they sort of rematerialized as ghosts, so to speak. And then he took new pictures of that projection on the walls, and that was a very interesting way of bringing history back into the same materiality, rather than the same place where it used to be.
Thanks for your remark, and I would say that integration would have been absolutely impossible in the Soviet times. So we have to be thankful for the opening of the new historical paradigm, because now we can examine those things, but we couldn't do that before. And also, I think the best example that correlates to that is Orhan Pamuk's The Museum of Innocence.
Exactly.
It's the same idea, taking the real objects and then creating new stories.
Yes.
Anything? Yes?
Your approach is
a little bit louder.
I think your approach is very interesting and maybe ready to apply in other cities. But I wonder if it's completely safe. For example, if people with psychological diseases can visit this way, the schizophrenic vision of voices in my head talking to me, giving me orders, if it's safe.
For this question, there are 3 safeguarding persons who are taking this crowd. That's why it's only 50, maximum 50 people, and they have their own connection. And when they see that something is wrong, they immediately come to the person and ask. And there are some spectators that leave the show. So they return the headsets and come back to the theater, get back their document, because you have to leave the document. I think for this moment, for the time being, it's safe because we have the staff for that. But in theory, yes, it might be dangerous if somebody doesn't like it, not for the sickness, but for the political or other reasons. I mean, then they can say, what is this? And we had a lot of scandals with Castellucci. If you know Romeo Castellucci, the theater director, we had a lot of problems with his show because there was the icon of Christ, and according to the show, children are throwing grenades to this picture. So it was a huge scandal because our right-wing Christians, they were absolutely scandalous about the show, and they wanted to close the show, but finally in Belarus with their totalitarian regime, the show was quiet as, you know, nothing at all, and in Vilnius it was a scandal. So you never know. So maybe not clinical, but more political reasons, I would say.
But perhaps that's the deeper sense of art. So thank you very much for your presentation. So now we will come to our last presentation, and I hope you have seen that the higher dramaturgy has taken this presentation to the end. It's about wine, and you can imagine what will follow in the evening when all the presentations have been done. So, another experience of a doctorate candidate from here, going not to Iceland, but to where to the Grey Azorian Islands. It's Portugal, I think. Yeah. It's belonging to Portugal.
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you. This has been your chance. The folder? Somewhere? You did it on the top desktop? Do you have a memory stick?
Yeah, I've got it on my mail. So 1 minute.
Okay.
Kasia, do you want to take a chance to announce?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
I recorded from the stick this morning. Okay, but also you got it. Okay. Yes, I've got the chance to announce something. Some organizational information. Because we will finish in some minutes. I hope nobody will come here to this classroom, because I'm not sure that. I booked the table at the restaurant on this evening for everybody who wants to come and meet again and talk, discuss. Completely informal meeting, I think. It is. Yes, I need to show you this restaurant, so I will do that later. It's on the Market Square. it is something old and something new, you know. The same restaurant, but another place of this restaurant. Some of you know this restaurant. The menu is also the same as I had. Because I was calling to the restaurant which some of us we know, but there is no possibility to go there. But they told me that they got another place on the market square. So much close for most of you. And when we will finish, I will show you where is it and how is it called. Because if I will tell you, you will not remember it. So in some minutes. Okay.
So let us take this presentation as aperitif.
Let's say that.
By what time did you?
I booked it from 8 p.m.
8 p.m.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got time.
So you have 2 hours to present.
No, please.
Well, then we need wine as well, not only on the screen.
I'm afraid on the screen there is no wine.
What are you talking about?
I would like to show you the case of Pico landscape, Pico vineyard landscape, as an example of cooperation between public agenda, private bodies, and civic organizations. I think rather as an example than as an example of mechanism, because mechanism is rather typical, but the territory is unknown. Almost nothing in the science, especially in cultural management, is about the Pico. Great territory, but lack of research, and maybe some of you would do research there. I would tell something about specifics of Pico vineyards and Pico community. I will tell also about history of changes, of latest changes from 1970 till today. Next, few words about management plans and while of reflection. What factors caused Pico vineyard success? Azores archipelago is in the middle of Atlantic Ocean, about 1,000 kilometers west from Lisbon. The Pico Island is located in the central group of Azores archipelago between two neighboring islands, Faial on the west and São Jorge on the north. The central point of the Pico Island is the Pico mountain. Pico means the top. It's the highest point of Portugal, with height about approximately 2,300 meters. Very good, very nice mountain. You can go there and see the sunset, sleep inside the crater, and then see the sunrise with a panoramic view of about 170 kilometers. We can see on the map Madalena. That's the main city of Pico. It's important that Madalena is in the middle of whole protected area. Vineyards are located along the coast. There are between the sea level and 100 meters above sea level. Both average temperature, humidity, and number of days with strong wind create great great climate to grow the wine. The history of Pico community always is a history of cooperation and bravery. Why? Because of one simple thing. Two main types of work needed cooperation of many people. Whale hunting and winemaking. From whale hunting lived half of the island. From winemaking, the second half. But winemaking is not a case only one man, one farmer, because everyone, each farmer needed to have workers on his plantation, in his vineyard. Operators of ox carts to transport grapes during the harvest from vineyard to the crusher, operators of crusher also. Then they should transport barrels with wine to the barn. Somebody must build a barn in proper way, and later, after 2 or 3 years, salesmen should sell it somewhere. Especially main markets were United States and Brazil. So people in the island are rather divided in some kind of associations. Every one village is built on cooperation, on informal association. Soils. There is no soils. There is only rock. There are, without including some geological difficult facts, generally there are 2 types of rocks, and Ihovo. In Portuguese, called lajido and biscuit. It's not a word full of relax, laziness, and happiness. It's it's full of suffering, because Hawaiian people who created this term hurt feet walking on this type of rock. It's very sharp rock. As a proof, I can say in August. In August, I cut the bottom part of my trekking shoe on the rock. Very sharp rock. But also fragile. Relatively easy is broke this type of rock, and relatively easy this kind of rock becomes sand. The second type of rock is Ihovo, smooth, unbroken lava, monolith, solid rock, and try to plant a wine here. How to do it? First crazy thought is, why don't they import the soil? Yeah? And it turns out that people on the Pico are a little bit crazy, were a little bit crazy, because they imported a soil from neighboring island, from Fayal. They made holes in the rock using pickaxes and metal bars, fill them with soil, and there the plant could grow. But it's not so easy, because if we have 28 days of really strong wind, and we have Lagido, so in this situation, wind can easily fall the plant, and the plant could get uncovered. Yeah? Roots especially. How to put down the roots in this type of ground, in Pichowo? Not so easy. So, creative people invented a special type of vineyards. They just built walls around the plants. How does it look like? This is a vineyard scheme. There are only two conditions which have to meet this vineyard. The walls should be relatively low to enable access of sunshine, and should be relatively high to protect plants from the wind. How to do it? They invented, of course, that's from Portuguese language, so every one part of the wall has its own name. But I would like you to pay attention to three structures. External wall was about 2 meters high, but Canadas were and are only 1 meter high. Plants are growing up in this place, Kurlaish. It's about from 2 to 10 square meters, where the farmer can put from 2 to 6 plants. I saw also Kurlaish where there was only 1 plant. Nowadays, it looks like this. The area of gray walls, and that's the reason why this island has a common name, Gray Island, because of these walls, because of basaltic rock, which is material. That's the view at Pico Mountain. We can see here external wall and Canadas, and everyone small Kurlaish here, here, and here. The export grew up, especially to USA, to Brazil, to Portugal, etc. And if something is going to be a success, sometimes there is a failure, and this is a bigger example. During about 20 years, all the production stopped. First time because of oidium. It's like a stupid joke. One farmer planted a vine and picked up a mushroom. And the second plague, second insect, is a kind of fly, phylloxera, which destroyed the leaves of the plants. Now, if you you buy a bottle of wine, you have the information that one of ingredient is sulfur. That's because of that's the reason. Phylloxera is the reason. Phylloxera don't like sulfur. In 1950, after 100 years, a group of winemakers associated each other and created Cooperativa Vitivinicola da Ilha do Pico. It's a, I don't know how to say, it's a professional association and also a private body with legal personality. The aim was to produce great wine, also and traditional and new. Since 90s, they are making experiments with new types of grapes, and they have good results because trademarks like Lagidu, like Tsar, like Terras de Lava are popular and relatively cheap. Next steps. At about 1970, the government tried to help to this initiative. And till today, there is an argument who was the main cause of recultivation, the government or Cooperativa do Pico. In 1982, there was first wine festival in September. It's still today, and formation of new association, Amigos da Ilha do Pico. It means friends of Pico Island, and the aim was, in this case, to protect the typical architecture. Since 1988, the landscape has officially protected, and introduction of machinery to this fragile ground is forbidden. In this ground, they can plant wine only using their hand. Typical and eco-friendly production. In 1998, there was an earthquake. Many buildings were in ruins, especially historic barns. Now, the government has the right to restore these barns on private territory without agreement with a private owner, even. From 2002, they have management plans which are systematically developed. From 2002, farmers could have financial profits. Government can pay for restoration, for maintenance of vineyards. And from 2004, all the area is on the UNESCO World Heritage List. The management now can be divided in three fields, three territories. Rights to the properties, that's the rule, belong to owners, to private owners. Private owners, in the number of 220 people, are linked by Cooperativa do Pico. They are members of these associations. Some architectural objects, for example, roads or bridges, belong to the state, and chapels belong to the church. There is a lot of bureaucracy, of procedures, regulations in field of architecture of buildings. There is strictly checked if every one new building meet all the standards. Almost everything could be a standard. Material, color, I don't know what. Place where the building could be. And the government set a directive committee which associate members of local community and officials which were the official which were invited by the government. What factors caused Picovinia's success? A little bit tricky. Good plan, money, social agreement and dialogue. Win-win strategy, cooperation, stubbornness and bravery. But I would like to think about the other possibilities. What if we will have a situation where we have a brilliant plan and people are in argument? Maybe one of governments could use Machiavellic strategy and keep citizens passive to realize good plans, and other government would look for dialogue and talk and talk and talk for years. What if we in Poland, in Greece, in other countries, what if we meet this situation? This dilemma, I think, today don't have a solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have any questions or comments? If not, I have one. In the end, you didn't speak with the management tools about cooperatives. Are there no cooperatives anymore?
Now everything is regulated.
Without cooperatives, only private open. Yeah,
new regulations are discussed, but that's the problem.